Karak. The new map is now online. Have you and your companions had your chicken dinner on this 2x2 map yet? In Karak, there are loads of brand new items and features, so let's introduce you to all the latest content. Demolition Zone. As well as Karak, the small and exciting map, there's also the most well-known feature, the Demolition Zone. You may be familiar with the Red Zone, where as long as you hide in a building you can dodge airstrikes. But in Karak, if you're in the Demolition Zone, you'd better leave that forsaken place. The buildings here won't protect you. Buildings in the Demolition Zone will be destroyed by the Red Zone. After the Demolition Zone passes, all battlefield environments will completely change. This will obviously bring more variety to the battlefields. Breakable walls. There are a load of walls in Karak that don't look all that strong. If you have a Panzerfaust or a sticky bomb, you can break down these walls to explore the worlds behind them. This improves your mobility massively. Imagine the enemy waiting by the door for you to come out, and you make the great decision to suddenly smash down the wall and take them by surprise. Of course, there's also whole new worlds and a wealth of supplies behind these walls, just waiting for you to explore. Thin walls. Many buildings in Karak have walls that aren't that strong, as well as walls that you can blast a hole through. There are also some extremely thin walls. You can break through these walls with bullets to attack your enemies. So be sure to look out for these walls, but don't use them as cover as they won't protect you. New items. Panzerfaust and Sticky Bomb. In Karak, we've added these two brand new items. First up is the Panzerfaust. Yes, you read that right. As well as payload mode, you can also see it in classic mode. I heard you're good at the Kar 98K. Let's compete who shoots more accurately. Sticky bombs are mainly used to blast through walls, but watch out, as some cunning players may have a few tricks up their sleeves that make this item quite interesting. Well, that about covers everything you need to know about Karak. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try out these new features with your friends.
Time flies fast, and the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship is here and now. Before bullets start flying, let us walk you through the basics of the championship system. The championship is held in 3 stages: the group stage, the preliminaries, and the finals. In the group stage, 32 teams will be divided into 2 groups, Group A and Group B, with 16 teams in each. 8 leading teams from each group will automatically pass to the finals. 16 teams that took 5th to 12th places will try to prove themselves in the preliminaries. 8 winners of the preliminaries will transfer to the finals, where 16 teams will push themselves to the limit in the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Finals. Simple as that. Tune in and see you on the battlefield.
One option, but seems like he just wants to find a fancy way to do some card tricks. Go for a 2nd place, but I will try to stay stealthy and tactical for as long as possible.
Who will be the dessert and the aftertaste here with Narvalo? Maybe trying to find one back. They're trying to go for that flank side. They go for the 1-for-1 trade, but Ripon too slow on the aggression with his teammate means that they still fall down anyways, and somehow
teammate and just revive next to the car. But you know what? Better safe than sorry. But we will have a clash coming through. But TFN first.
could be the ways to do it. I and Evo lose one, Cancellator find a second. No, he's too slow to turn, and as a result, they don't find the double. Skynet has to be the one to carry it all, but he's got low health. He only has so many clips in that bullet. That grenade got lobbed in before it got cooked to the point where it would explode on target as soon as it landed, but Sado didn't notice it anyways. Still gets knocked. See, CG Esports are.
And Cronus will at least be able to grab some points, but let's hold that thought because CFN needs to show what they can do because they had some bad games, but they will continue to struggle a little bit. They need to first go past
Can he find some work? Yes, he does. On to Hackshot with the 1 HP. Sora still alive. Steps up now for his own, but goes back down. But it's not enough. Because CG Esports, the vehicle gets blown to smithereens. The Atom overlooking 3 easy kills. 1, 2, make it almost a triple, baby.
But the question initially was that if we play as a duo, and that is why we can pick that pocket a bit differently, but I completely get your point.
They're looking for that perfect angle. Beaster on the tree line. The grenade comes through. Will he dodge it? Yes, he does, but unfortunately not the bullets. Moves down. He almost takes his own teammate out. You have to be a bit more careful on the trigger finger. But it's going to be still. Nevertheless, CG surely going down in this fight if they can unless.
Into zone 3 on that one side, the double knock come through. 5G has turned the table, and they will first finish and still one more kill. And this continues the bloodbath.
There's a third going down. Risen ain't done yet. Golden looking to be firsted up. They're searching for his location. They found him.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read. A lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome everyone back to week 2, and it's just gonna be even more action here in the PUBG Mobile Campus Cup. And I tell you something here, Tarzan, it is been an absolute whopper of a series so far. In the first week, Group A, we saw the first 16 teams bring it to the table, and 5 threats were able to dominate with 5 chicken dinners out of the 10 games. And we got 16 new teams on the board for Group B in now the second week of competition. 10 games. But if you also want to be doing good in your games and you want to be the ones on top with those 5 chicken dinners, I know you want to, Tarzan, I know that's what you like, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10G.
Very, very wonderful phone, I believe, at least. I would love to have that phone. And to play some PUBG, you know, like these players, if they are from the same campus as well, you know, campus championship, you know, is a very particularly niche, as in group of players, you know, I think, right, because it's such an accessible game, right, you know, people who have kids, you know, people who are really young, these are those who found each other in campus. I don't know, some of them might be, you know, in the actual same school or uni, and that would be fascinating. Speaking of, you know, meeting people in person, building that synergy, and now we're in Group B for these 16 teams, and we will have some standings to first look at. To find out the situation right now for this group, mostly, you know what, 16 teams, get to know their names, right? So let's go down the list a little bit so we know, you know, these teams, so we don't find them weird later on. We will learn as we go with the team tag, etc. But first off, we have team called then the Luterus, IDN, Take Cover Squad, SFSXK9 Esports. That's a little bit of a rapping name for me there. Original Gangsters, Red Island, and Direction on this left side of this page.
Yeah. On the right there, we do have Revolution Students, CFX Esports, POW Official, Lost Wolves, might be my long lost brother here, Rogue Esports, Macro Media, Leipzig, Purge, and Darkness to close this out. And I tell you something, we saw some absolute style plays from some of these teams in Group A, and it is a big pair of shoes to fill for some of these squads, and to fill those shoes, they need to get all the points they can muster as you can see, 15 points going towards chicken dinners for whoever can take it through to the top each single game. Kills, though, are going to be the most important thing. 1 kill for every single person. 1 point for every single person you can kill here, should I say, will be going towards these teams. And that is what really made a difference in the standings.
Definitely. I mean, this is the point system that we're pretty used to now, but haven't really seen a huge shift when it comes to meta and the style of play. But you know what, this is time to learn it, especially for these teams who want to share this prize pool of 500 euros. We can see that 1500 prize for that first place, and then goes down to 800, 500, 400, all the way for 100 euros for rank 9 to 16s in that finals. And that will be 2 weekends from now. So we've got today Group B, and then we have the preliminary rounds next weekend. And then, of course, let's not forget about the MVP, who will get that 100 euro cash prize.
There's a beautiful Redmi Note 10 series on the screen, and there's also the beautiful 5 maps that these players will be competing on for tonight's game. Starting off with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok in the middle of that juicy sandwich, and then back through to the meat of Miramar and the bun of Erangel to close us off on the bottom. And that is a delicious Michelin star standard sandwich, if you ask me here. And I cannot wait to see what these teams can do.
Oh, especially for those big maps, right? Double the amount compared to Sanhok. So the classical maps as well, like I always like to say. So the years and months of experience, studying these maps, pick up every single small detail that can give them the edge to winning these fights and taking that cash prize. Pretty important there, and that's something that we want to see. But you know what? Map knowledge is just part of it, Island Wolf. It's synergy, right? It's mentality we talk about for some of these teams, maybe infrastructures, the chemistry, you name it, and we will get to see them reflect, and show the quality of all of that based on their own gameplays.
Yeah, I think some of these maps, particularly Sanhok, we only get 2 of them each week, but it is a delicious 2 Sanhok games that we get. It is going to be, for me, the focus of these teams, honestly, what we can do there. But we do have to come back to last week's games, right? We have to understand, well, who got through to the finals, who's in the placements, and who just didn't make it, and who didn't get through to the future of this competition. And it was, as we say, 5 threats. They took home the top place. And in second place, we will mention it was Optic Gaming, Ben 21 Blackjack, and Come Over, who were the 4 teams that have advanced to the finals, who we will see in just over 2 weeks' time. And then the rest from 4th place over to 12th place, will then go through to the placement. So that will be Conqueror UK, all the way down to the Busy Hunters, who did qualify off of a very, very clutch final game, might I add, because it was even Stevens. And unfortunately, CG Esports, who just didn't have the consistency in the placement points, and they fell down in 13th position alongside Exotic, Fear, and Team X, who all, unfortunately, are eliminated from the tournament, and we will not be able to see them anymore. So it is already heating up. We already have, as we say, 4 of our finalists, and I will be looking forward to seeing exactly who can come up to the top to be able to challenge, because the dominance coming out of some of those top 4 squads was very scary to look at.
And especially when it comes to that point sponge situation, right? So for Group A last week, if you guys been watching, we can see the top 4 or 5 teams kind of playing at the standard or caliber that's right, above the rest of the lobby. So it may be similar. We don't know. Again, we're waiting for these teams to show us what they can do, but that will really form the storyline for the rest of this tournament, especially when it comes to last week. We said the top 5 teams very, very close, but if you didn't make it to top 4, which will allow you to advance straight to the last weekend of finals, then you play the prelim rounds, which is not the worst, right? You get to play against these teams, test a few more things. If you're confident to make, to be the top 8 out of the 16 teams that play next weekend, well, you know what? It could be good practice. Trial and error, form some tactics, study each other's drop, test some of those things out. So, but unluckily, if you're the bottom 4, you didn't get to play the rest of it. So, all the best to all these teams, and we're just waiting, looking forward to see how you play.
I think that something that I want to see coming from these teams is a little bit more aggression overall. And I don't mean just dive in, because we saw plenty of that. We saw some mistakes from teams just going too aggressive. But what I want to see is a smart aggression coming through from these teams, because especially we put it out, right? The use of the smokes, the use of even the grenades to try flush and pincer your opponent, something that we would expect coming from the top level teams, and something that I want to see coming through onto them, as we will finally be able to get on to the first match of the second week. Group B in these 16 teams now. It is time for them to prove themselves, because it is going to be Erangel, and that is a very central playing path, will lend itself to wherever these teams like to go.
And it would take a little bit of parachuting, but I mean, there's so many junctions around these main roads. Let's say that junction to the western side of Shelter, the farm main road, and etc. And if you want to go to Novo as well, just go to that main road to the north of that military base island. So there's many ways to play this game, and we will just wait for that phase 1 to see how that dictate that phase. So first off the plane are 2 teams. We have MML, Macromedia Leipzig, going towards the Kamesh key position. Another team dropping to northern spot will be the Purge, heading towards Severny. So we have, quite some interest going to that eastern part of the map for now.
Yeah, I think in particular here, looking towards even Yasnaya Polyana, a compound that in PMCO in last week's games didn't see the sort of, I would say, respect and the aggression of teams that we would usually expect to see coming out. But I do like that actually K9 and also Revolution students, also 2 of those teams moving towards that compound, going to actually make it a little bit more spicy early on. And I want to see exactly what these teams can do early on, because particularly note that Revolution students, well, they've actually decided to drop outside of the Yasnaya Polyana compound itself. They've dropped over in that 4 stack. So as a result, it's actually now open to K9 to push them out and keep Yasnaya to themselves.
This, what we call police station sometimes, to the east of Yasnaya, has one strength, of course. You can kind of rotate around within the building and stop a lot of people trying to cross that main road, right? So that is one reason why a lot of teams like to hold that spot, maybe towards the mid game. But if you just drop there, right, the loot probably won't be enough for a whole team. So at least we saw maybe 2 players on there, but then they need to rely on the spawn of cars very close to there. Otherwise, they would just face themselves needing to run on their feet back to that eastern side.
Can see a slightly split side of power official there, moving their way between the valleys and the lakes of Erangel, just outside of an opposing team. And I do think this is a slightly weird drop from them, right? Because every second counts in terms of this looting phase, and every second matters in being able to get as many smokes, as many of that utilities up on board for your team. And this was something that going through into the start of the first week, into the first 16 teams, that we just didn't see enough of. Teams getting enough smokes, getting enough utilities to be able to last through these extended matches that we sometimes saw.
I mean, this is a little bit of shift of that paradigm and mindset as you go up the ladder of the competitive PUBG, right? So we see a lot of these pro players in PMGC, PMPL, who won't favor, the meds, right, as much. And they want that utility, the standard 10 smokes, 12 smokes from every player. And that is something for us to look at. But you know what? It comes down to the ability to use them efficiently. So we talk about maybe the timing of the smoke, how big of an area it can cover and for how long, right? So all these things are important, and not just about these physical facts as well, Highland, where we talk about how to use them, right? The aggressive smoke to choke the enemy sight lines instead of, smoking your whole path, and then also preemptively using these smokes, before a knocks on your teammate come through.
We can see just towards the south side of the mainland. I do believe actually south of the Georgia pole composition here should be TL. And I think to see teams drop over on this western side is something that is welcome to me as well, because it's something that, again, we didn't see coming out of previous week's teams. And I think that going in to the future of competition, and not just this week, teams should be looking at these other drop spots. And do you think that these teams should be eyeing up, well, where are the free spaces on this map? Where can we take that will be more subtle, more open for these teams to loot up and be able to get these smokes on hand?
After all, it's about the pacing, right? It's not just that position that you want to take, is when and how. Now, I believe where TL, so the Luterus drop, was Milta, and but yes, we do have some Georgiable teams, right? And I think you're correct, Highland Wolf. We have, that western side should be a little bit calmer at the start. It kind of complements the playing path, this phase 1 circle, slightly to that western side, but we know there's like the more open bits to the west, although there's a good amount of teams. But we can see, look at TL's position around Milta, probably that side, right? That pocket from that eastern edge to that Potato Hill could be where some of these early fights happen.
And something we not mentioned, I think, as well, is this zone. And although it is central, it does beg the question here, I think, for the likes actually of those down in the South Island, where you do, of course, see OG looking around a Novo position, and it is the question of, do they go for that immediate rotation in through the eastern bridge, or do they actually, what I think is more favorable here, is actually go towards the western bridge and get straight directly into the center of the zone? And the way you can do that is actually going up towards the hills just to the northeast of Quarry, right? And you can overlook the plains, which is actually where the center of this zone heads towards.
Yes, I think there's a lot of positions around the middle zone right now. It's just phase 1, but yes, there are many options if these teams want to play center pretty early on. And that position that you mentioned around Quarry, definitely one of my favorite spots, Highland Wolf. I think it comes down to these teams thinking a few steps ahead, right? Sometimes it's not just a spot that seems strong. I think the strength, right, the pros and cons of a spot changes, like depending on the phase of the game and how the shift happens. So whatever spot they take, they need to really know the pros and cons and know what other options they allow themselves to take after that spot, right, for that next phase.
I think in particular here, teams around Georgia Pole, something that we also saw was the lack of rotational prowess and some of these squads getting caught behind the zones, getting caught behind and the zones and in front of teams more so, and being that unfortunate sandwich. And I think that I do expect a little bit of high caliber of Group B here. I expect these teams to have watched what's happening in Group A, learn from Group A, if anything, and be able to rotate on time, because it is unfortunate to see, but it does happen to the best of us. It happens to me sometimes, when I'm playing my PUBG mobile game, you just get a bit too carried away with your dancing, with your driving, when you're trying to loot up, whatever you want to do in the start of the game of Erangel. And, well, suddenly there's a blue zone behind you, and suddenly there's a team in front of you, and, well, it's bad news bears from there.
And these are the game awareness that we get to see these players show us, and it really has a huge difference. Like sometimes teams may be really confident in their gun skills, but the macro play, right? The big brain plays, those are what really makes the difference, those game sense, etc. For example, right, knowing the limits of a ridge line shown by you by Jabba, just pull back a little bit, especially when he has absolutely no third states, a little bit of a standoff on this eastern side between POW Official and Rock Esports.
What a beautiful thing here of Rogue Esports being gate-kept by actually POW means that POW Official, they can force Rogue into an uncomfortable position. You see actually the other member here of Josbin deciding to actually try go behind the entire squad of Rogue, and his sneaky position might just prove out to him if he can take down the back line. And then it opens up a lot more for the rest of actually POW to engage further in and be that full sender.
And this type of flank position and off angle, right, requires two very important things. One, you need to know how far you should go so you don't give away all your cues and your footsteps, because that can really change how your enemies act, and you may not be able to catch them by surprise. Two, it would be trigger discipline. Find the best time to strike so they can't have any way to fight back. But speaking of that, POW, the team who wants to gatekeep will first suffer one knocked teammate.
And seeing that zone further around towards actually the center of the map itself. So these teams around Sanhok trying to cluster up against each other. But we still keep an eye on what is happening between POW official, and the fact that we have got Jabba up is great stuff from them, because it means that actually Rog, they can't just go dive in through into the zone. That grenade won't land as well from Vergus. So Rog, they're going to have to do a little bit more than this to be able to get back into the game. Unfortunately for them, they've been stuck against Coast, against Quarry. But thankfully, on the other hand, POW do seem to be moving away.
I think it's a wise call, right? We looked at the amount of resources they have. They cannot take, this fight. Like, they can't even lose HP. It's just like one chance. If you use that first aid in the middle of this fight, how do they heal up when they get into circle? Because they were 700 meters from the circle, as we see that circle center up, for phase 2. And we have this congestion around Rozhok here. It's not easy to come in the push. Drops of Ernie will do their progressive rotation, slowly coming in. We'll first get one kill, and we'll first have the Punisher taking a spot in the squad house, but might just be choked around by the full squad of Cracks.
Purge moving up against Cracks Esports and Viking Frankie, the two members up front, unfortunately might be outnumbered in the second tier, because Punisher has dropped down, looking for that fight. You see them trying to edge out, looking for the wider angle, but unfortunately not going to give it to them just yet. And Frankie, well, he's up against the 1 versus 3 situation. Has to be a little bit careful, because now it looks like Purge, they're being that aggressive team, but looking for that angle in.
And Frankie, I feel like he just gave away that footstep too quick. Stay stealthy on that side, and he can make so much thing happen. Because, you know what, Purge was so aggressive and not afraid to move around, although they are pinched in one building. But Starboy will first find that opening knock. The M416 with that 4x spin strong, that watchtower with that relative high ground, but making it work. But Cracks is still not pulling the trigger to push yet.
That is beautiful stuff, because look at the split right now in Purge. There's one downstairs, there's one knocked upstairs, which means it's very difficult to the decision of Logon. Do you try to defend your position to stop Frankie from engaging onto you, or do you actually go for the revive onto Magneto, who, keep in mind, ate another edge of that grenade, so it's less time that they're going to have to revive the lost comrade here, as you do see them going together in Cracks. They are making this pincer work. You see even Viking go on the backside. Now, this does leave a little bit of open space for Purge if they do manage to find that front line. But the opposite end of that is there's still Starboy. There's still the other player there for Cracks on the other end. So it's very tricky to do so without losing a member as well.
I mean, for this type of standoff, they usually have a time limit, right? But the gods of PUBG has shown mercy and will place them on the northeast edge for now. So, you know what? There's some time for them, but this leaves them, right, for wide rotating teams to maybe come into third party. And we see this circle center around Headshot Hills, and with a little bit of school in play as well. So that's weak side awareness, like we always say, right? The scouting, how to form a tactical split will be very, very important for the remainder of this game.
Oh, beautiful stuff there from Pikachu. Starboy bursts the tires, but baits out a knock for them too, as it will be Punisher to go down. Magneto now, Logon going for the engage, but Logon looks like he's losing health very, very slowly indeed, and there's no damage coming through from the Purge side to equalize back, and unfortunately for them, it does look like they're going back. They're going for the revive, whereas unfortunately their comrades, Magneto, what are you doing? You're going in for the assist. You're going in for the dive here. Two different things. Split plays means that Purge fall down in the fight. In just opposite, you can see IDN in their own fight. Just one more player to go, as Rattle is very low health indeed. Snaked away, but he too shall fall.
A little bit of fight coming from this side is, expected. It's very hard to get up these hills. Other team has the mentality to both get info towards the circle as well as gatekeeping a little bit. Might do exactly what IDN is doing. But meanwhile, coming back to Razop, we have another team. We have in here. But you know what? I don't completely like the position Island Wolf. I think they should have taken that Raz uphill and keep info right around this whole circle, but they came down here, leaving themselves a bit vulnerable to getting third party from behind.
Yeah. I think, here they do have a good position going into Sanhok, because you do have to keep in mind they're gatekeeping away, actually, the members of the opposition in Sanhok, so it does work out for them, but unfortunately it doesn't work so much out for the final member there of Rogue in moving towards actually Red. They do get caught out, so that means that one has fallen down to just a duo here. But Red, they're not done. They've still got multiple teams around them, as you do see one of those is looking to actually be D, who move further towards them. They're moving, trying to now actually edge over with the high ground, using that church to actually pin down Minega from the rest of the squad behind them.
I think that squad might be Darkness, right? And they will need to rotate out of Pachinki, because I am correct for once. Actually, I'm correct from time to time, right, Highland Wolf? We have that headshot hill finish, and with the Water Town in the middle. And I do like that type of circle. Whoever gets in there, like is trying to, will get to those high ground, and with that hard cover to protect the vehicles as well from a center position. And I think just by making that move should allow them to take maybe top 5 or 6 position.
I think that here have probably actually the best spot in the zone. The only concern for me is that if they get caught out by multiple teams coming from multiple angles at them, but the thankful thing for them is that also in the zone is headshot hills. It's very tricky to navigate in this area with vehicles, let alone navigate on foot, based on the dips, based on the lack of cover around you and how open it is. So actually they have taking advantage of a bad situation for all of these teams based on how the zone has gone.
And as you can see, right, although you have the position, what seems to be good on the map, doesn't mean you know how to hold it. I mean, they just gave this time for Red Island to come into contest this, but they do open with a nade. There's a 1-for-1 right now, but there's just multiple teams trying to look at this position. Red sends more support in. Ghost will come in for maybe that revive, but no, 3 players in the same house, but you can't miss that Molly like that as he just knocks himself.
Well, that's unfortunate for them, but those mistakes will cost you team fights. It's only 3 players, means that it's down to the duo, and it's still a full squad up for Red Island, and they might have bit off a bit too much here going so aggressive in that fight, and again, not as a full team. Unfortunately, it does look like Krager will just be knocked down, will be eliminated out. And behind them, you've still got the likes of Original Gangsters. And even in the main central point of the island, you can see even more fighting going down in the corner. As you do see K9 taking down 1, taking down 2 with their own 1 team fight, as still, meanwhile, defend away against Red Island for now.
Jimmy is buying a lot of time. At least those smokes will allow him to peek a little bit more aggressively, but this situation can change anytime upon the other teams coming close to this area. Just scope and try to take your head out, but that revive onto Ghost will be completed as well. And something that we like seeing as well, Highland Wolf, 15 teams still surviving in this lobby. So that survivability, like the ability to thread the needle and find a spot to control, is maybe coming through and might be, a better demonstration of that ability compared to Group A.
K9 finding another on the kill feed there. Looks like they have one out of the team fight. Never puts down a grenade, but Snipe fishes that one out just in time and does step back to avoid it. The rest of Red Island, 3 members huddling now around a solo of Johnny downstairs. Nibba upstairs on the rooftops means they're not going to be able to support each other too much once again. And I do fear this could be Yuno's time out of the game.
You look at the circle as well, so many teams need to come in from the western side, and I think this is the time for the Luterus TL to grab a spot, just control that small pocket and play gatekeeping duty. But on the other side as well, we have Take Cover, a squad that I've also casted in the PUBG Mobile Club Open Scrim. So I'm expecting them to do good things in here with that experience, with that training, as well as we have the push finally happening in Watertown.
Jimmy losing 2 now. They make the full squad wipe. That's exactly how you turn it around, Tarzan. Nibber, Johnny, the duo, they came together. They smashed Red out of existence and back through onto Headshot Hills. It's still the grenade warfare between Pow and also Rev as they too do battle.
And that was just a brute push. There's no plan B coming through that as well. But you know what? They will learn their lesson as we have 14 teams. The multiple, I think half of them are trying to charge through this western side and in this ruin bits as well. 200 meters from the circle is already closing now. Multiple knocks coming through.
Revolution student, they find one. Lisa looking for the 8-star. Great here. On to now, Java. Behind the wall, trying to find some more shots. Can't quite find a peak, though. Has to go back down now. Lisa retreats, reloads. Is just going to let the blue zone do the work for them. But not before Java finds a knock of her own. So it will slow them down. And Rev caught outside now in phase 5 means that zone might just leave some of those players left for dead.
It's just going to be really, really tricky. It's a balance between fighting and rotation. We talk about the pocket that may work out for the Luterus, but they will first feel a lot of pressure. 2 knock, last one standing will get shot from behind as well. Just really need to have those quick, happy feet as he faces more pressure coming from behind.
The problem with the Looters is IDN. And IDN from behind is just save a smash them into the ground. Inside the Watertown, it looks like a few of these players might just have to learn to swim the hard way, because you can see Cracks joining into the fray. Viking, Frankie, I like that position because they're controlling actually the entrance into the center of Watertown. I want to see Frankie go back actually around to another high building, maybe take some vantage points onto the crates, because right now Frankie isn't much use to being able to figure out where these teams are moving inside the compound. And because that compound has gone away from the zone, means that they need to have that vision to escape it efficiently and also safely.
And I think this is the plan, right? When it comes to crashing Watertown, yes, you can maybe have, a minute or so, right, of quiet time, but they need to park their vehicles and position themselves or crash the compound to give them the option to rotate out. Now, this is the test for these teams. If they've done that well, they should be able to get priority compared to the rest of the teams who are all clumped up in Watertown on the southern shift.
Cracks, the 4 members still up, but you look the sandwich between MML, and they've also got squads behind them. And inside that zone, you can look towards IDM making the move towards K9, original gangsters there in the background. But more importantly, there you do see Take Cover squad in the front. And I wonder if Take Cover will be able to hold off all of these squads, as it does look like, unfortunately falling to Cracks. So they're just going to look to drive over their opponents inside the smoke. They're hugging each other, but that's not a hug. That looks like it's going to be a death choke. Beside from and they're looking for the second squad wipe. Is unfortunately Cracks losing 1, losing 2. Finally, they get rid of the opposition behind them, and they will be able to survive for now. But it is not done just yet. You see, still Looters behind them, and as well now Rogue looking for the solo pick, but the bullets don't fly in the direction they want them. But it's still gonna be a flying kill going towards them just before Ramirez goes down.
Just need that damage control, man. Cracks came out of that alive, and just in a split seconds, we're down to 19 players and 7 teams. Cracks just send it through, and the multiple control and multiple players actually are Take Cover and K9 SF in here. I do expect these 2 squads, especially with their positions, allowing them to progressively move in and scout, as well as the numbers advantage to make it to top 3.
K9 on the edge of that south zone, looking for that position. But unfortunately for them, it is the open space ahead of them. Cracks also falling down, as you do see the likes of Darkness, Ninhud take them down. Still snaking away, though, is also take cover. The 4 members, the full squad, ahead, just above on that hill.
And I think this is a good way, like you mentioned, right? Like that solo play is so important, needing to buy time, using every bush to maybe make this work, and Takeover yet to spot them out. Takeover have to move further in, so maybe Ninhud can outlive another team or two.
Original gangsters, they will not allow the opponents to live any longer. They, unfortunately, through 2 knocks, do find a squad wipe, do find some space, some respite in this zone, because it has gone towards his Darkness, holding up, waiting, see if he can find the last player of Take Cover over that hilltop. But if he does fire, you know that he will be eliminated just like that. And he's waiting for that opportunity. He's waiting for K9 to try take the fight and clean up behind.
And the utility is a good way to stay stealthy. It can get in distance. It can be a double knock, a finish and a knock maybe. He's just trying to make this still not spotted yet. He can maybe take a 1v2 or 3 in here, just catching them off guard.
The fact that Take Cover has not secured their back line means that now in this fray of this open fight means that Ninhud has now survived his way to the top 3. There's another squad falls. K9 eliminated out of the game. Original gangsters joining them too. Take Cover still alive. Now would be a great time to chuck back grenade over that hill, but he's still keeping quiet. And I do think that Uno might have some vision, might have some awareness as Ninhud chucks a grenade over, possibly looking to try find that knock. Almost finds him. That zone looking to flush through the kill is the panic move from Take Cover over the top of the hill, looking for more cover in the smokes. His IDN on the other side, 10 kills already for him, looking to try make it up to 15, but it is going to be the knock coming through, and still Twix defends the spot for them. Grenade looking through to try finish this one off.
And that is Takeover at least trying to build a little bit of that wall with that smoke. And that is them defining the area to fight. But there is also Xavier with the side angle coming through as well. The 11th kill come through. And there's Ninhud's time to move as he comes in, but will get spotted.
The edge of that ridge protecting his head so much. Here is IDN. Serviam just can't quite find him, and it's just one more shot through that smoke needed from Ninhud to make another knock, but he doesn't quite get it. You can see Discord waiting and waiting just for that moment when that zone pushes him over the hill. You know that that head is going to fly clean off of Ninhud.
Just so much control coming from these players. I'm loving this, by the way, Heinolf. The trigger discipline, the smart plays, the timing of the rotations and whatnot. We're down to 7 players, 3v1. I think Ninhud can still take this, maybe.
Relying on the zone, but look at where the zone's gone, Tarzan. It's got away from him, which means the Darkness, they're going to need to make that decision of where do we move to take cover. All the meanwhile, snaking their way closer. Twigs on the side. Discord IDN and make a double knock. That is what you need. And it's going to be the first. A cleanup from Twigs is doing so much work. And take cover. They might have found this game because it's 2-1 situations. Here and IDN taking down Darkness, but Zevium is down just to the sliver of HP. He has to make 2 versus 1 as more smokes come through. Can Micro find the shots through the smoke? No, he doesn't for now.
We just get a wide angle. This is left and right push, trying to push it, and Ultra's trying to get another angle as well. This could be really good. It's a 1v1 right now. Zevium is popping off.
Servium finds the kill they need. This is IDN's time to shine in the first game, but Ultra trying to deny this away. Finds the shots through, but not going to find it just yet. Has to go to the second gun. Has to reload soon because it's running out of abilities, running out of utilities. here at this stage of the game. Phase 9 coming to Phase 10. Now is the end game. It's Servium Ultra who is going to peek that one first. That pill edging closely towards him. That Molotov not going to land either. It means the Servium slowly has to come up into fire range. That grenade, he knows he's cooking it, and if it lands on target, Bat's gonna deny away TC the points, but it doesn't quite yet.
Sharp eyes, sharp ears. And this is the sharp senses, and see which one's sharper as the knife who will stab the other one to death. The 14th kill so far. Will they take the 15th IDN, and they would take that 30-point chicken dinner? Relative high ground for Ultra. It could be anyone's game.
They have taken here every kill so far, as you say, the 15th kill, the final one. Ultra lies in the way. 8 kills, though, going over to take cover means that this 9th kill would still bring them higher than IDN if they take this win. If they can survive to the end, and you see them stand up, look for that peak. But who will come out on top? It will be IDN with the 15 kills, and TC 4 in second position. That game came down to the absolute wire, and I am so hyped to be able to see that level of play come out in just the first game.
Amazing. I think the first thing that we could look at, right? Let's put 4 points. I have it in my head already. One, knowing when to pull away from a fight. Important, right? So 2, maybe that point one leads to survivability. Very, very important. There's so many teams still in phases 4 and 5. That's good. 3, these solo plays and the patience, right? The patience coming from these players, knowing when to move, when to strike. And 4, of course, was that brilliant play at the end, using that crate, and the cast to form those barriers, and then just, it's not playing passive, it's not camping, it's playing smart. And that is Servium showing us how they can take that win already. Amazing game 1, Highland Wolf.
It was absolutely amazing to watch Servium and IDN take the chicken victory, but it is going to be a short breakaway before we break down exactly how that win took place. So don't go anywhere, guys. It is going to be a beautiful one.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, hand is ready for what I'm pitching. Ain't nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or try to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stay inside of the zone. But before we head home, I don't like with my scope and then break over the dope. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so let's stay in the zone. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. The zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shawty, I paint a picture that's pretty. They say funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them ready for they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. get they choppers. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a snacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You get high over. Try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, dog, your time is done.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
We're back after game 1 of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where IDN took the fantastic chicken dinner alongside 15 kills. But if you two guys at home, you know what time it is. If you want to get those 15 kills at Juice Chicken Dinner, you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. In just as powerful were the gunfire, were the expectations and the skill level coming out of IDN Tarzan. It was beautiful and class to watch.
I think that those top 3 teams all shown some really distinct strengths, right? Take cover, although they came second, they keep finding a pocket position to work themselves in, because if you just look at how they've rotated, it's not simple. They keep finding that spot that they can still play off. Of course, IDN with some great solo plays, and same from the Darkness. If everyone on that squad played like Ninho did, I think they can just go straight into the finals.
I think that straight away IDN looked to be the contender, looked to be that kind of team to challenge the 5 threats that were so dominant in the first week, but it is still 9 games to go, so it maybe just might be a 1-game wonder from IDN, as we can see them, unfortunately, in losing a knock, but that didn't deter them, and that didn't deter them from that win. And I think that straight away, from kill to kill, from team fight to team fight, they were very confident, very aware of where they wanted to move through the zones.
Yeah, just finding the side that they could control and bit by bit move themselves in. That end zone separation is well thought out as well. Using that crate is so important, but we can also see how teams need to make some push better as we see this 2v4 essentially happening from Uno, right, in this Watertown position, and then all these clash happening on the western side. Very, very chaotic.
Yeah, even the small things that you saw, unfortunately, Revolution Student losing one in Headshot Hills with failing to get that knock through meant that they were eliminated. They didn't have pressure with numbers, and also I think pressure through the zone certainly stops in the tracks those teams like K9 who weren't actually able to stop IDN. And what surprised me most was actually teams were able to get up and personal against each other very often in this game.
That is just confidence that needs to come through, right? And that comes from experience as well, and all these practice, and if they have a coach or whatnot, they can also teach them how to do that. And that is how IDN took that first chicken dinner already with a 10-point lead.
10-point lead, exactly how you want to start it as Take Cover squad. They take 20 points behind over Darkness, who are behind with 14. Then you edge it down to the leaderboard, where unfortunately one team still to get off of the bottom direction, still on 0 points, and those 4 teams not off to the great start that they want. You'll need to be able to get out of those bottom 4 if they don't want to be eliminated by the end of this weekend.
I think all these few teams, right, I know, at the bottom, we saw them kind of fight, right, in this mid game, and we could see some issues already, right? Knowing how to split the trading mechanics, a compound clearing formation, or are lacking a little bit, right? So they may show us wrong later on. I think I would very much like that. But before seeing that, right, let's look at the number of kills and the kills leaderboard. Of course, the first place goes to Vavium, and none other than him, really, and Discord coming from the same squad, taking 4 kills as well.
As well, you can see the fact that 3 IDN members up on the top shows you the dominance that came through in the aggression of this team. And as well, their 3rd, 4th position of Zervium and Magnamoka over in the damage, and only and Take Cover squad with Nibba Ultra in above them, and that was actually a side of Take Cover squad, Ultra, who was a player who made it all the way to the end, who just couldn't quite close out, unfortunately, the chicken dinner for them.
And I think Take Cover showed a lot of strengths. Like, probably in the macro play department, slightly better than IDN that game. IDN got a spot, right, and they tried to control it, but you can see a little bit of how to split in those end zone and make the most out of every spot that's in front of them. That is where Take Cover played a little bit better, and you could see the damage do make up for it. Is they only have 28 damage, less than the side of IDN, but of course the kill counts do makes quite some difference.
I think that certainly those 15 kills are going to boost them so much, and also boost their confidence, of course, because it is the confidence and it is the ability to keep that momentum going through every single game to make sure that you're on top form in the mental state as well as the physical state here, Tarzan.
Well, definitely. I think you said something very, very important, right? That I tend to focus a little bit on the psych side, because I think it, of course, is very important, but the physical bits, and Highland was spot on, right? Hydration, right? Find your toilet break, etc. Sleep enough, eat the right food, don't eat too full, otherwise your body is just in a digestion phase. So the endurance coming into these games, take care of yourselves and your body will work for you as well.
That is exactly what I love to hear coming out of the physical therapist. Exactly what I would expect coming out of the professional, Tarzan. You once again spot on. But I think that as well, on the other hand, the mentality of those teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, right? The likes which you saw Take Cover as well, falling down just at the end, struggling at the end between, of course, Nimbus behind them, made, I think, the pressure in those small moments, not only in the bottom of the leaderboard where those team fights they fell down upon, but also in the top where they fell down again in the team fights. It comes down to the pressure in the moment, right? And we saw some mistakes come through from these players not playing as a team, trying to go for those full-on plays, trying to be the one to make those flashy plays for their squads. But in fact, synergy is what wins the day, and that is why you saw Nimbus, you saw actually there as well Take Cover and IDN, the ones that had the most synergy in the game, take them to the top 3 spots.
I think that synergy is always so important in that. I think that explains a good chunk of what happened, right? But there also this component that we always talk about, Highland, with where teams need to study each other's play and adapt accordingly, because especially look at that Ruins situation. I think teams, if they look at how each other drop and where each other drop and how and when they rotate, they will have a better idea as to understand why it was so, congested around that side. So if they could study that and find a way around it, maybe that's how we can see that synergy coming through. You can only do that if you don't die, but choke spots, etc. It's a little bit of luck as well, but they will get to do that soon.
Do that soon as well. As we have to keep in mind, Miramar is the next map up. And Miramar, the biggest of them all, the most exciting in some ways of them all, because it comes down to, I think, more importantly here, in specifically the way that these teams approach the fights, because it's no longer about, are you in an open space? Have you got a little bit of a high ground advantage? It is, have you got a massive high ground advantage? Can you see the rest of the map from your point? And is there someone sitting on a hill higher than you, closer to the center of the zone? That is what it's all about, is we do get to see that playing path go on to the second match, as we will be going from the east to forward to the western side of El Pozo. It is, as we say, up to how these teams go about their positioning in this game, Tarzan.
Oh, and of course, Los Leones may be congested, just, guessing, right? Because that's one big city that can contain 3 or 4 teams, and they can all, come out alive, not losing a single player just because of the size of that city. But a somewhat southern playing path will make it hard for those teams who like to go to, for example, El Azahar, Campo Militar. These spots are great, right? A lot of teams play off those positions, and if they still want to stay religious to those drop spots, they just need to find those vehicles.
I think that specifically El Pozo was one of the biggest compounds that we saw fighters coming through in. We saw at least 3 teams every single game dropping over to there. And it is a little bit fresh to see actually teams this time around dropping over to Los Leones, dropping over to Impala, as we do see Red and also Darkness go up against each other. And I do fear actually for Red in this situation, because I like what Darkness are doing. I think that Rattle could be that extra player if using that high ground right, again, to the advantage, scouting out over his fight in the early game. Vision is much more important, because you don't have the choice of guns, you don't have the choice of artillery. Instead, it's much more about the simplicity of how you control the fight.
It's not easy to access this high ground as well, right? Like to this southeast side where direction is holding, and they can just get shot down as they try to go up. But there's also about controlling how much footsteps you're trying to give away, because these early game fights, if they can pin you down in your position, you may just get naded, and that is a bit of a missed opportunity. I didn't even hear that explosion high level. Am I tripping?
Yeah, the small things about straight away aiming that grenade into the door goes before you decide to cook it. Those small opportunities might have found that knock on to Rattle, but instead there Rattle is allowed to walk back through to the rest of his team free. You can see Original Gangsters as well finding themselves the first knock of the match. As we still, in Impala, does look like the edge of the zone has gone towards them, meaning that this could be a slow fight indeed.
And you know what? I think direction, or they're already a trio, right? So that's a little bit of disadvantage already. And when you see a team trying to drop in the city that you really need to know the structures of this building. You know that if you are getting pushed to this eastern side, you just forced to run away like that. So maybe that plan B has to come through a bit earlier, so they don't end up in a situation where they're risking a lot. There's still many parts. You can see that north part, we've got some, crates, things that these players may like to go for, and otherwise you're just in a bit of a sticky situation like Rattle is in at the moment.
I think that, unfortunately, the rest of the team leaving in there, not actually going to have the cover fire. I like as well what Reds have done, without him being the trio there to gatekeep him in the entrance, but also sending one back. So you're making sure with Ghost there's that vision, right, to make sure that actually the rest of Darkness don't decide, well, we're going to support our teammate. We're going to come back and try to take down Red if they're not looking too carefully at what the situation is going to be. And looking at the situation, it is going to be over Picardo, Original Gangsters, continuing their fight over onto, as they do find a second knock onto the second player. Nibba going to be knocked down, but shouldn't be the first this time coming through. Down to, I assume, just a duo, if they are going to be the trio once again. Not off to the start they needed. Yes, you can see, unfortunately, there, Cracker already out of the match.
And this building is not easy to push, but the side of original gangsters, right, should have the very key ability of having the kill feed awareness. They should, before entering the game, find these trios, right? And they know that is a trio. They see the kill feed to know that it's that they killed one, so they should for sure know that this is 4v2 if they have that awareness, I'm saying. But otherwise, they would just take too much time to use their numbers advantage to be the kings of Ricardo.
I think that there was certainly that opportunity of time to move through into the 5-stack, right? When you do understand that it is only one player, if they go for the revive, well, there's going to be no one shooting you. So immediately, your original gangsters, what we can do is just use that time to enter it into the building. And there's going to be no way that if you go for that revive, you can stop that from happening because, straight up, as we say, there's not the players to stop them. And inside the crater fields, it's going to be Cracks, one of the players of them, the starting boy, moving up towards MML. But unfortunately, maybe not over that hill, might be a bit too far, but might just be a bait here because look at the rest of them. Cracks, the 3 up on the hill, looking to try find those juicy picks and see if Starboy can fish 1 or 2 out.
And I think this is maybe Cracks doing the homework, or I should say Starboy doing his job, because having that position in there, right, and just trying to gather the team to put some pressure on one side before using another off angle is just a very, very important play. Cracks did take a decent amount of points last game, mostly coming from kill points. So Starboy in position to strike. The off angle is strong, and he may just get this one with that red dot, with that training ground results coming through the brilliant spray with that red dot. Will probably take the first kill of that game.
1 down for Macromedia Leipzig. Just 2 more to go. As you can see, the middleman cut out of the equation. Lenoa now on the ground, on their knees, begging for some support, but Joffrey cannot move to support them because while Starboy has them pinned, and speaking of pinned, still pinned on the top floor of this beautiful day hotel. As you can see, original gangsters moving their way closer in, looking to try find the final 2 members, Nibby and Jimmy, the 2 to possibly fall.
And I think this is a good way to push it, right? Just clearing floor to floor with 3 players, so it's constantly 3v2, and then with 1 on the outside, right? To constantly respond to where these duo get pushed towards. So this is OG, actually having some time as well in this phase 1, so they don't really have to rotate too much, and that's the strength and advantage of Picardo. But, the execution is so important because we did see, taking 2v4 earlier.
Oh no, taking possibly a 2v4 once again, but surely these teams, they've maybe watched what might have happened on that kill feed not to count Uno out. Because if do find that next floor up, if they do unfortunately not control this one right, they could be sent packing. Now, what I would like to see from OG is actually go through 2-2 on both sides of the buildings, and as a result, kind of pressure, into deciding, well, how are you going to take us? How are you going to then stop us if we come at you from multiple different sides?
And can just have this well thought out, right? So someone maybe camping the stairs, whoever the first player can get shot at, the second one should choke that same spot. So it is a little bit of that big brain play coming through, but we can see Nate versus Nate, and that's actually just a beautiful one to alleviate pressure. It will turn this into 2v2. Andy need to find whatever chance to get some shots in if they want to turn this table as well.
It surprises me that Andy there is not in the fight because, yes, you have the off angle to stop them escaping. That is very possible. But immediately you should be able to hit the footsteps if they do start to escape, if they do start to move away. So as a result, using the ears, you should be able to understand that, if they do try to make a runner and as a result have 4 members. You can see Andy, I do like to see it moving closer towards the building of the 5-stack, looking towards actually to help his team out with that knock, make it back through 4-on-2 advantage for him as Nipper on the outside is waiting, is staying patient, is not making any sounds. But if they decide to look through that window, surely they will find their first kill. that they are looking for. But unfortunately, they don't seem to be able to find it. And back from the other side, Nibber looking for 2 kills, finds 2 straight away. It is disaster once again, but thankfully Jimmy's been knocked. Nibber's too low to help, so maybe they bring this one back.
Nibber, gosh, I don't even know whether I should call that good play. First off, he stand on the outside, that's pretty cool. But the sound that he gave when he vaulted in the window could be really, really punishable. But at least, you know what? The other team was a little bit slow on the response. So both will suffer a little bit, Pay the price of one player on each side. So now Nibber needs to 1v3.
Bandage looking to cook it up, but will he have enough time to do so? We can see Hustler, you can see the members of Original Gangsters edging behind him, and Nibber just welcomed at the door by Dragos. Get sent packing, as it will be the end of your stay at a hotel, my friends. Original Gangsters here to collect your debt, as they will be taking 3 kills over in Picardo. And they will be moving their bums through down to the center of zone, because that zone surely is shifting now. Phase 2, Tarzan is already on the tables, and as well, IDN looking to do the same.
A lot of rotation paths, right? When they try to go along this main road, can go to the eastern side first, and remember that plane path, giving a lot of possibilities for these teams to edge in. So, but this middle segment, right? Because roughly pretty horizontal playing path, so these teams need to just use that scouting, right, whenever they reach that central belt. And then also very important to grab enough vehicles, because it's very easy to lose them. You may just need to turn them into metal shields in that mid-game, and Jocelyn showing us the very durable bus can be very useful on this map, as actually.
He is circumnavigating him way through those hills, Tarzan. And I love the beat bus. It is my favorite beat. And I want to see pow on top of these other teams and just smash them into oblivion. Do you know what I'm missing? Here out of the side of Miramar that I have not seen for a while is the beat bus running over a player. That is what I would love to see. That is what is in my dreams every night. Miramar, watching the bus go over my victims.
Well, I do like that idea as well. I think I'm a little bit more picky, I like it to be on a bus with a good skin. Right? And that one there by Power Official, I think, is a nice one. They've got a bear on top and, looking.
You're saying it's not beautiful enough?
I think, you know what? I like things to be a little bit weird. I think it's a nice skin, but it's too, upfront. It's like, I'm going to kill you type. Give me a cute skin. Give me some pink skin on that car, and then just run 2 players over, and then I'd be really, really happy. But we have that hardship. Yes.
The smile, right, on their face, right? It is a smile on the side of the beat bus, painted in pink. That is what you want. You are a dire and devious man, Tarzan.
And indeed I am. And you know why? Because I'm also happy to see this hard shift, and it will actually put the Graveyard Church to one of the strongest position, as well as that plateau that we always talk about Island Wolf, that Picardo Hill, and so many of those dips. And these teams just need to find their own pocket. These small positions that they know how to control become so important.
You can see Darkness. They did manage to escape away from Red. But now it's the same outbreak, because Red, they are looking over them. They're looking for more picks. Unfortunately, not able to find any just yet. So the chase continues and the plot thickens. As you do also see the looters moving their way over the hill, but not before they lose one of their comrades. Just down to the trio, as they did get taken down. There will be Death God getting eliminated out of the game. And you said you wanted to see more out of this team, right? And I think I like the way they're going about this. They're looking for the high ground. They're looking for the central zone. And because, keep in mind, the zone has centralized around, in a way, Picardo Hills. It's centralized around that plateau. It makes a lot of sense to be able to go to that high ground to straight up stop teams from getting up to the high ground if that zone continues to move closer towards them on those late rotations.
I think That's absolutely right. Like the later you make this cross, right, from the eastern side to the western hills, the higher the chance that you would just get killed. But for the teams, that thought Revolution may just need to strike continuously. They took out one early, and Red's been looking for these fight from Impala. Now they would just take this crash as a 3v4 because Revolution only got the 3, but has the momentum will first open with another knock.
That's a beautiful sound to use the luck to hear. Slays with Red Island just now down to the solo. Snipe finds one, but straight back down out of the fight. As it will be Revolution students to take down 2 and just leave it to the duo of Impulse and Ghost to make their way across. But behind them, they're not done yet because it's still even more squads in exactly the likes of Purge, Cocaine, looking over to these 2 survivors.
Finally, a full squad for Purge, but I mean, like they played these edge position as well last game, and they actually really need to understand that one thing that I always like to say is you need to understand what it means for the next phase. And I think with this closed zone is already a great gift for this team. So if they still can't get into the circle and get priority over other teams, I'd be really, really disappointed in the Purge.
I think the difficult part about them is look at the way the zone has gone. It's a very small amount of space they've got on the north side, whereas there's much more space outside of the danger of a zone a road right in front of you, right in front of you on the mountainside facing actually towards K9. The Luderers also have a strength here in towards that western side because they've taken up that high ground. But I also think a team here that we haven't talked about is obviously coming off the chicken dinner, IDN, right? They're now overlooking a next pick onto Darkness. They have looked to actually isolate one of the members finally here, which Red Island could not do. And it does unfortunately look like the end of the road for you, Rattle, because it's just going to be one free kill coming over as they make the smart 2-man push. Rattle unable, just going to burn himself down into the ground. Bye-bye. See you later. This will be Tong from IDN to finish that one cleanly out of the match. And that zone, as we say, towards the eastern side leaves IDN open for a space around these hills and around the ridge lines that protect them going towards the center.
Yeah, they seem to know which side to pick. The side that allows them to move progressively in to scout a little bit more, claim a spot, then repeat the same. And that comes down to a lot of map knowledge as well. But pow is something that we want to look at, but we'll first get powed by the multiple teams. Venom might be the last one standing, but we've also got finally some action on the southwest side.
Now I know exactly what the power block in Super Mario feels when Mario punches his fist into the power block itself. And this is exactly what we're feeling. We're feeling the punch of these enemies going into them. And it is brutal to watch. And as they fail to make it inside of this zone, 14 teams still alive, though. And I like this, as you say, the consistency out of these teams is something I'm loving to see because we expect all of these teams to be able to survive to these late stage points. And I think that Original Gangsters, one of these squads as well, who are on a little bit of a high ground, but they are very sandwiched here. As you can see, actually cracks around him. You've got TL above them, the Luderers, and you've even got more squads on the other side going into the zone. So it's a very tricky position for them to navigate out of.
They need to know the absolute small bits of position that they can play off, and but I think this conservative play is really correct. But of course, we've got Darkness ready in here trying to land the first kill as well. The gatekeep duty is very, very obvious, right? And we also get another overlook, but we'll first see OG to strike because there's gatekeep beyond gatekeeping right here on the southwest side.
Well, Darkness, they have the opportunity to pick up some kills for themselves. The buzz is extinct As you can see it flaming up, there's going to be no quick rotations this time around, as unfortunately for them all, this zone goes down to the south, which means those teams on the north, those teams on the east are going to have to join into this action on the south side as DL, the Lures, look to try and make some more work themselves happen off of the only high ground on the edge of San Martin.
This circle is so brutal, taking so much hill out of the equation. Look at how flat it is, and the only compound's been held by take cover. Like using it as hard cover in the past 2 to 3 phases. You know what? I'm going to make a bet, Island Wolf. By the time that this phase and circle is completely closed, we will be down to, I'd say, 7 teams. And 18 players is what I think. 7 teams 18. And 18 players.
That is oddly specific here, and I will hold you to your word, Tarzan. We will see what happens by the time we hit phase 6. I think that we might be down to slightly more. It depends, so of course, how these teams play this zone, because I think there is going to be a lot of congestion, not once the zone ends, but as this zone continues into the next phase, because you do see Revolution students join up and take cover. Meanwhile, K9 just said, nope, we're not going for this fight. Is Uno take cover, looking to try and make this work, albeit throws a grenade in, won't find anyone though just now. It is the retreat, it is the reset coming through from Revolution students.
And that, just no surprise here, this compound is one of the best one with the small dips all around as well. So multiple teams trying to crash this. K9SF also trying to find a spot and just constantly fighting in here, IDing slowly moving in from the side.
Unfortunate there for Red Island Impulse, the solo player alive. Unfortunate for Purge, because they say adios, Medicaneto. Gonna join the Grim Reader into the afterlife. As it will be take cover, Twix Ultra still holding on, the third man in the middle of Revolution Students trio. Meanwhile, IDN, the full squad, and rest of these squads outside, looking to try enter into this compound, looking for some space towards that cover of the northern end.
And that is just, small bits of landscape that these teams can still use, but some of them still need to come in and take up and controls this still. But Revolution is ready to strike that next pole, and that is trying to hold it down, but that's a beautiful Molly. Double knock coming from Twix.
That is what you need to do. The aggression of Uno baits out the fact that that grenade was not cooked all the way. It did not explode instantaneously, which Revolution students, the biggest mistake here of the fight so far, means to get us down to the solo. Haku might be down himself completely. If only Take Cover would aggress onto this. They've got the potential here to still 3v2 situation, but Uno, is his change quick enough? Is his direction into the fight quick enough? No, it was not. And Haku still up for the second player, but they didn't go in together, which means now they have to go for the 1v1. Haku with a drop shot finds it though, and Revolution students take control of the building.
Finally, that fight, and I forgot about my bet. So it's 7 teams, 19 alive. So I think I was still a bit too like a bad person. I think more people survived than I thought. But look at these landscapes right here. Darkness trying to take another decent game, and look at this spoiler player and just slowly moving towards the rest of this team, and TL won't be able to make it down to 17 players, and then IDN will once again have a decent spot, but trying to finally show up as well is the Lost Wolves.
The Lost Wolves, can they find that spot inside the center is a question. They seem to be taking kills, but they also take a knock to the face. His blood will be taken down into his knees. Has to come back up though with the support. They'll take his hand and drag him back into the fight, because it ain't done yet. As that zone continues to shift down into the middle of that road. K9 also looking over power.
And Roman wants to, smoke up the road first, but being a solo just is all about finding that small bit to control. timing it right, stealing a kill or two, using your meds properly so you can just live another few seconds, right? But IDN still, with the consistency, making it to top 4 and the full squad as well.
Nino finding again one for Darkness on to gain 9. Darkness maybe making her way to the top 3 once again. Is IDN still alive though? Revolution Student as well joining Lost Wolves, the 2 newcomers to the final stages of the second game this time around, as Takeover were eliminated previously. Keep that in mind, as it is still the 2 members up. Bot was caught out of position, so was Nino, which meant actually Revolution Student were able to take this one down to the solo for Darkness, but we are still 4 teams alive, and Revolution Student with 10 kills. They are the ones here to possibly take this game.
Didn't come easy as well. They fought their way through, compound kills, like open fights, neutral fights, aggression, defense. They've played all that type in this game. But you know what? They also need to show us how they play under pressure when the luck is not on their side, because the Circle once again go over to IDN as they take out multiple players of the Lost Wolves.
They must be coaxing or bribing or something to this zone, because it is giving them everything to take a second chicken dinner in this game. Only one of their players outside, but 3 of the players, the only members in the blooming zone here. As you can see, Revolution Student, they got a road in between them and victory. So do Lost Wolves. And it's these 2 squads that joining up with a solo, who will, I assume, wait for the healing game to see how far Karak can make it, will be up to if they can take down a dethroned IDM from the top spot. Lost Soul Reaper here taken down from Lost Wolves. Nade will find that one, but has to go back down. Does he go for the drop back down onto the ground? No, he doesn't. Takes more damage. Is Haku behind the only rock protecting him as the zone edges its way in? And surely this is IDN to take cover, take this win as they move themselves down just to Haku. But what can Haku realistically do against the full might of IDN? They take the second chicken dinner, Tarzan, and they take it with 7 kills, up to already 52 points now in total. And it is so scary to watch what IDN are already bringing to the table.
Let's think about it this way, right? If they keep this point average, they will break 3 digits before the end of the day, and then they're basically in. So it's crazy to think about that, and I think IDN, right, it's playing a bit more reactive in that game, but they know. Right? Every time you give them an area, they know how to split for the better control. And that is such an important aspect of the skill. And then if they continue to do that, you know what, this is test. 2 maps now, Highland Wolf. If they can do the same and know the different style of play required by the jungle or Sanhok, I'll just give them that. They've been the best team so far today.
I think you can't take it away, the control, the quiet control coming from them in that game, allowing them just to kind of like sneak their way through into the zone, to be able to make it through to the final stage where they were to quite comfortably take that chicken dinner away. Well, it's just so perfect in their knowledge of the map, their awareness of exactly where they needed to go, because keep in mind, they didn't have the best entrance into that zone. They were in the north when it shifted south, which meant it was up to them to make their fate happen, to be able to get that later stage chicken dinner. And although we didn't see that rotation in, you do have to respect them for the ability to do that.
A lot of teams, of course, they could be tested even more, right? Is for the Circle to move away from them in those last phases. But a lot of teams in the position that IDN was in have that tendency, to push too far, right? So that's the control that we want to see. Of course, multiple teams have been fighting in these early games as well, and losing some players, testing their skills, and Cracks once again trying their best in this fight that we will remember on this 5-second Ricardo.
So close for Muno to take down a second squad, but unable to do it. It was Original Gangsters to close that one out against him. And as well, I think the kills went through and the fighting didn't stop towards the final moments of that game. Whereas, well, Revolution Student, you can't take anything away from them. And though they didn't take the chicken dinner, they were the ones with all-out aggression in this game, up to the double digits of kills. Certainly going to boost their score line in terms of points overall.
And that is a great game. Coming through from Darkness as well. Let's not forget about them in that earlier game as well. Got some good points, and Revolution Student, of course, now showing up. I think this is going to be a very, very exciting group, Islandwood, but let's not forget about those bottom 5 teams in this game struggling to get barely any points.
Right, the fact that, again, direction on the bottom, you see 14th position, Macromedia Leipzig again down in the bottom, and it is unfortunate to see this come through, particularly now the second game from direction Macromedia Leipzig here, struggling in that early game. You saw it was actually cracked to whittle down the players of MML early on, which was their undoing to the later game stage, and I want to see the more early game control come out of these teams. But albeit, it was nice to see the resurgence of other squads, like of course FSX, K9 Esports, and Lost Wolves make it up to double digits, and also some points there for Lost Wolves in 4th and 5th position.
I think this group is still highly volatile, right? And so whenever they've got that small chance to make that showing of their skills, these teams have taken it, and that's what I love. There's not a lot of hesitation, right? There's not a lot of so-called safe play, and we can see Haku leading that kill count as well for Revolution Student. 7 kills for him, and then of course IDN will still strike with McDumoka, 5 kills for this squad, and then just keep going. They can challenge the Group A's top spot, right? 5 threats had 5 chicken dinners. Maybe IDN is here to take even more.
As well, you can't take anything away, as we say, Revolution Student, 3 players over in the top spots there for kills, but also keep in mind, take cover. Although they didn't actually make it through to the later game stage, they still find themselves on the leaderboard once again. In fact, 2 of the players, both Ultra and Twix. So that consistency in kills is something still to be noted, in that ability to still stay at the top of the leaderboard overall, because they're getting those kills.
And you know what, Highland Wolf? Revolution Student got that placement because they won that last 1v1 with a 5 HP difference. Otherwise, Take Cover would be the squad who would kill Revolution Student and continue with a good point lead on that leaderboard. So it's come down to the finest moments as well, and the smallest things, as we see the damage output chart looking pretty nice and quite close in those numbers.
Yeah, Magnamoka for IDN taking the highest damage, and once again IDN showing themselves the kings of this lobby to be beat so far. But Revolution shouldn't certainly be most uprising team going into the second game, now into the third, to really dethrone them. And I think another squad that we haven't mentioned here is the Luterers, who didn't have such a good first game, but the fact that they made themselves up to the 3rd and 4th position in damage was something to still be commended going into a much better game for them this time around. As well, you can see the standings of Revolution Student and IDN here, Tarzan.
And actually, with more kills and more points for the second place as well. And that is, the perks of fighting your way in sometimes. And but you know what? It's not easy. It's high risk, high reward, I should say. But IDN using their pocket of position to, still back themselves 22 points. Nothing, to ignore 52 points right now. Just can't wait to see that leaderboard as well.
It was beautiful, I think, to watch this difference in the leaderboard overall change and actually get to see, of course, overall, right, the difference in the games that we've seen so far. Because as we get to see the standings, we can get to see, well, who had those bad first games going into the better second games, how that shifts things up. As you can see, IDN of Co, we knew they were going to be on top with 52 points. It is still Revolution Student, though, making their mark up to second place, and the rest of its leaderboard, apart from IDN, looking very, very close indeed still.
I think we can also see a little bit of that situation, right, Kylan, with like last week's. These top 4 teams have shown some pretty distinct strengths already. We can see good individual plays coming from Darkness. We can see Revolution Student can use their time aggression well, IDN with all-rounded good play, and then take over, maneuvering through the pockets of position. And it's great to see, right? But that also means that these other teams need to show up, because it's not just maybe the camera angles and all that stuff, but point-wise, they're not too far behind.
Yeah, I think that specifically here in point-wise, right, it is just one game, and it just takes the likes of a volatile, as you say, lobby in the Sanhok match to create an absolutely double volatile match where anyone can take the points away. And I think that specifically here, I think one of the teams I'm looking forward to watching and seeing if they can continue their rise is Lost Wolves, because they were actually able so far to be much more consistent in their placement points, to staying alive to the end of that game. Although they knew they weren't going to challenge, they positioned themselves in a way that allowed them to make it to the 12-point mark in placement points. And I think they just need to be a little bit more aggressive on kills overall to get them up to the top. As you can see, it is going to be Sanhok up next, but the rest of these maps still to come, as you can see, Miramar and Erangel. So we get to see a second opportunity, a second chance for teams to take down IDN from their 2 maps they've shown themselves to be the best on so far.
I mean, very different map, so just can't wait to see how they do it. And the fights, that we kind of love, but I still want to see this thing, right? Iron Wolf is for them to know the limits. Do damage control. You didn't have to, after losing 2 teammates, you didn't have to force yourself to take a fight. That is the strength of this Group B so far, and I wish to see them continue doing that.
It's up to see if he can continue that over on Sanhok, but it is going to be a little bit of a break away before we get on to the match. So it is going to be a hot and spicy and a dirty, dirty, dirty one indeed, just after a bit. Welcome back straight into the action of Game 3, Sanhok of the Mobile Campus Championship. And it is a beautiful map we can see on our screen. So to tell you what else is beautiful here, Tarzan, is that you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And it will be up to see if these teams straight away. As you can see, original gangsters already against Purge. See if we can actually, if I can get my words right out here, take down original gangsters. They seem to be doing so. Andy, the only one up alongside 10.
Not easy. I mean, boot camp fight, come on. And then, but the numbers advantage go over to OG right now. But for how long is the question? Because they are all so low on HP. And we all know Cocaine with that AKM 762 gun early can do so much damage. But that will be the synchronized push coming from OG and will take the clean squad wipe with 4 teammates still up.
Yeah, that's exactly the crucial point, right? They keep everyone alive in the Lobster building, which means they have all the tools still in their kit to be able to make it through to the end game. And on top of the fact, they've now controlled the most central compound of them all, which is going to be the boot camp compound. And in the other main compound here, it is going to be the side of K9 up now also against the side of SFX. And I think that these two teams have shown promise, right? And I think it is now just to see which one of the squads can just take it that little bit extra to the top to actually challenge Lost Wolves, who made it to second position, challenge Revolution Student, and challenge actually, of course, IDN, who are the 2-time victors so far in Group B.
Well, both of these teams are very close up there, like you mentioned, and this is a chance for them to take more points in these early fights. But it's also likely that they would just do a lot of damage to each other and just reduce each other's chances going into this later game. And of course, this phase one goes over to the northwest side and leaving so many teams on the southeast edge to fight through. We may see a lot of that crash and that clash coming through around the quarry area.
It is surprising to actually see so many teams down on the southeast of this map, because it's not necessarily the spot that I would attest to the majority of teams being there. Yes, you've got the docks. Yes, you've got the outer compounds, which usually are more safe, usually don't have as many teams, but in this case, it's going to be very cluttered and it's going to be very congested. And I like actually the rotation coming out from Revolution students to see how they will be able to get into the zone. Because if they do take this wide rotation, fair enough, but then do you go towards the bridge and risk it against a team or two teams that you might get third party by? Or do you actually go all the way to the outskirts of the coastal line, overlooking Hartin, and enter in that way?
I think if I were this team, right, I know the potential choke spots from a direct entry, right, from Barn to this north side of Quarry. So if I were Revolution student, I would, use that early game information to know that maybe Camp Bravo is a bit quite clear. Let's not forget this is Sanhok. So if they just sweep that coastline, like you mentioned, get that wide rotation, there are cars around there as well, grab so many third states, and that can increase the survivability in this game and still keep that good spot up on this leaderboard.
One team that is desperate to get up on the leaderboard, still unfortunately on 0 points, is Direction. And the fact that they too need, or Darkness, or should I say, excuse me, because they will be able to maybe with their position overlooking the bridge have that strength, have that compound in play to get themselves these initial kills, to get themselves these first points. Because I think that it is now on the onus for them, third game, right? The fact that you picked up nothing in the first two games, even though you've been in these two games, it is kind of all you are. It's just 4 points for the enemies, right?
Exactly. And with that position, they need to know the strengths is to kill whoever approaches that coastal line and maybe that Hartin bridge, right? And they don't have more info to the very top left tip of that main bit of Sanhok, that main island bit. And then, so if they stay around there too long, they could be a team like Revolution Student if they want to take the wide rotation through Cow, and cross over to Hartin on that north side. And then that is where the South Direction can't get any info and can get reverse gate kept.
Interesting position there from Red Island. They take center shop over the mountain on that northwestern island, as well as Revolution Student look to advance their way out of this blue zone. On top of no less than IDN. They secured the first knock. They're looking to try fish out the second, but as the rest of the members enter into zone. A vital knock there, though, from the side of IDN. And this is crucial that actually Teeding will actually be able to stop this advance coming through from Revolution. And actually the angle as well from Zervian to overlook as that second member.
And there's still early phase, right? So if Revolution Student can get a different angle in as well, they can kind of just pinch and stab IDN from behind. But we also, let's not forget about this side that we said so congested. MML finally getting on board and killing none other than the Lost Wolves, who are struggling to get more points other than placement points, Highland Wolf.
I love to see it here. Macromedia Leipzig is exactly what they needed to do. 2 clean kills going through, and boot perhaps as well, as it might be MML to pick up a third one, or the zone just takes him out, unless he decides to finally move on out of there, but is going to look to wait and see if he can get a little bit more space between them and the enemies. And I think, going through into the later stage of this game, something that I would expect Boot to do is exactly just play it quiet, play it safe on the edge of zone, and continue to edge your way to that island, because you don't want to be the first ones to cross. And this is a tricky point that sometimes the solos make. They always go, well, we need to make it straight through to the main island. It's in the zone because I've not got the option to stay back. I'm only myself. I can't scout out vision. But actually, if you wait for the rest of these teams to execute each other, you're already doing yourself a favor, because there's less players to shoot at you going into that final island if you just play it patient.
Really spot on point there, Highland Wolf. The very good student of mine, I feel like. The color points coming through as well. Strategic tanking is another way to say that, right? Waiting for those edge teams to rotate and let them fight it out. Wait for the best time to enter. And that is just spot on. That is something that we love to see these players do. And on Sanhok as well, right? So important to show that skill. And finally, reaching to this spot, closest circle is around Paradise Resort on the eastern edge. Revolution student now need to push in through SFX K9, but this squad here, right, just still holding at where they drop, and they may not be able to get further info into the circles to secure their next rotation.
I think the crucial thing as well is you have to actually remember, well, Lost Wolves, they have a second player. So on top of the fact that, yes, they have to strategically tank the zone, I think still, they do have that extra man, and they do have the option to actually take two different directions into zone, which is also something we've seen players do, which, based on how far split they seem to be right now, is exactly what I think they should be doing, is exactly what you see Boots slowly doing as well, edging their way across this bridge, staying quiet, but unfortunately behind him, too slow in the rotation, didn't take a second to look behind. In macro media, send it down to the solo, which we initially anticipated it would be.
And that's the issue with using that car. On Sanhok, you're making so much noise, and he's only using it to move like a few meters before he still say, okay, I'm just going to go for the swim anyway. A bit too late. Already gave away that information. So the Lone Wolves down to that one player, and will be even harder because that circle will just shift away with basically that Northwest Island coastline and Harton Bridge in that dead center.
The Luterers as well joining up to that fray. That bomb site that is about to just blow open on that northern bridge, as that zone did go further north, right? The fact that you see, 6 teams now around that northern side looking for rotation, original gangsters still on the boot camp side to make their way across, or maybe they risk it all and hope that it stays over on that coastal line, wait for some more players, as we say, to execute down each other. As you do see teams coming out the south. Yeah.
And definitely, and like you mentioned as well, you can see IDN and Revolution going for those wide rotations, right? Going into the anti-clockwise manner, first to approach the northeast side of the circle, then slowly come in through Cow. And it's just the strings of these two good teams right up at the leaderboard to avoid choke spots and come in. But that will also give us, that great fight later on as they clash on that side when they shared the same idea in rotations.
I'm excited to see actually what we say these teams coming out of the south side can do as well, because it is actually POW, one of these squads that moving in from the south, with only, of course, 6 points. As you can see in the standings, they need to definitely move themselves up on the bubble. In fact, to being out of the game completely. And I think this is the chance to do it while the scoreboard and while all of these players are so tight-knit together, right? Because you see that only IDN is the one above the rest. And because IDN has sponged up all these points, it means that they are opportunity. The chance for these teams down at the bottom to make it up to the top is still very real.
Definitely. Very, very real chance, and obviously it's Sanhok as well. So we can see this high hill part on the Northwest Island still in play, but the circle is so unpredictable. If it shifts over to there, then great, you can farm a lot of kills. But if it ever shifts away, getting down from those hills and big rocks can be such a nightmare. But we'll first see a little bit of a clash right here. The pre-fire coming from Ramirez. So beautiful for Raw Esports to land that opening knock.
Can Rock find more though? That is the question of the day. Because one is good, but if you can't first them out, they're just going to come straight back at you with even more force. Rock on the outskirts, you see Blad maybe overlooking that building. The grenade goes slightly too low, means it won't eliminate him out of the fight. But that grenade almost taking down Starboy, that was a close one. Maybe a second, if Blad cooks this one up, could find a triple knock with that grenade, but instead opts to be a little bit more sneaky.
And that is Vlad actually in position to maybe make some more damage, but he will pull back a little bit just because of the third party and the fourth party fire coming through from the hill. Crass used this time to rotate in, and just look at Frankie with a nice side as well. Getting reverse pinch right now is the side of Raw Esports.
They tried to take two fights at once and immediately went out of the fight completely in their hands. It is Rogue Esports down to just the one player to revive the rest. So it will now be the front line overlooking OG. They're still not done though, keep in mind. Cracks as well need to make their way outside of the edge of zone because it has gone over to Hartin, where you see POW separating themselves out inside the compound, where you see IDN and Rev, who both look like they want to make that rotation off the north coast.
And this is the strength as well, right? For having a car. Crass will use this time to just enter basically through a straight line, finding some angles, but from the hills, there's some controlling shots coming down, and MML trying to find a spot, but we'll need to maneuver towards all these big rocks and hills just to get the spot on that edge on the southwest side for this new phase is not going to be easy for any of these teams.
It is also up there to K9 to execute away SFSX, as you can see. Unfortunately not able to do so just now. They're looking for the second, but unfortunately gets knocked. 1-for-1 trade is all it's going to be for the moment. But I say that from behind, Hello Revolution, as they will take down one of K9 from the backside. And backstab the way down to the trio they will be.
Not easy to come in, but you know what? Darkness has shown their strength. They know how to control the small pockets. They know how to do damage control and survive, but they need to first hold off Roman. He comes up with the UMP, and he will just be pushing.
SFSX looking for a second and a revenge, but it's not gonna come to them. It's just free now for K9 as they take away Nizzo. Only Farok alive, but he makes that quick knock with the Uzi, looking for the second. Can he use that flashbang to circumvent a little bit more time for them? It's only one player inside the zone. They're looking to bring back two as that zone also pushes away. He looks like that is actually the Scorpion Farok there to make it behind that tree line, make it behind a ridge line to protect him. Still somewhat the only protection here in this zone.
Oh, and I think Farok should just push in, use the numbers advantage, take that kill, because it's not a lot of landscape for him to use, right? Going into the zone, he should just take this win, grab every single first aid, and that is where Darkness can still stay relevant in this lobby. But instead, we will have K9 having that Mets advantage maybe, and this side around the big rocks will still be so hard, and Cracks, with that help with the vehicle, will be able to reverse gatekeep multiple teams.
Well, Cracks, unfortunately for them, you say you reverse gatekeep multiple teams, it's multiple teams coming at them. And it's Red Island to start off with the double knock. Rogue on the downside means that they're just pinched themselves between two squads. And because that initial knock was a 2-for-1 trade, it opens up so much space for Red Island, which was vital for them. Because they have to get off of this high ground, which I do think they left it perhaps just that little bit too late. In that advantage, and that initial start of team fight needs to come through with something extra. But as they look to try fish those players that were knocked down is exactly what you need to do. Red, I was just going to say that Cracks seem to be getting players back up, but I will be proven wrong.
And Red, you know what? I think that's a good play. They took some kills, etc., but they needed to use that number advantage just now upon that knock to just finish it. Now, where they need to phrase Frankie and Viking still in here, and with the third-party shots as well, they will be slowed down, but they will still claim the win over at this hill.
Red Island, they make some space for them, but it's going to be a hard, long road before we can get to the center of zone. That zone continuing its way up to the north of Sanhok. Continuing to play absolutely dirty is how Sanhok likes it. His OG original gangsters looking to try come in over on to take cover. But they have the buildings to cover for them. Dracox is on the edge. They know that there. Uno, though, reveals himself, but isn't spotted just yet. Hello, Dracox, there's a player behind you. Wake the hell up, man. Because Uno takes that one through. The play zone gonna help finish it off. The one extra kill is take cover also down to the one frontliner Micro. They will have to spend a little bit of time reviving, which allows the rest of these squads like Revolution, Student, and also Direct Darkness to be able to survive just that little bit more.
And I think that is also IDN out as well. If my eyes are actually working, but you could see just now there, just playing it so well, playing spoiler, just staying 20 meters outside of the edge of zone, allow him to get a different angle to clear out the south side. And this might be Take Cover's game because they have the compound. They can overlook everyone who's trying to come in, and POW has their fair share of luck now. They have the numbers advantage, can maybe come in and stab Revolution Student from behind, but they need to move with the blue zone right now.
You can see as Take Cover and Revolution Student, these teams who are making their way up on this leaderboard. They're already almost at the 40 mark for Take Cover. They might be able to, as you say, contest over IDN if they can find this victory. But so too, Revolution Student looking to take this big fat W as they take down one. Make it only just been crawling to the rest of his team, crying like a baby as POW get knocked to the ground almost once again.
So beautiful coming from Revolution Student. Very decisive play. The formation is spot on. The anchor spot coming from Nade will get also multiple angles onto POW. With that split as well, they deal severe damage and gain incredible control on this northern side.
The fact they were allowed into this northwestern island is a crime, and they are gonna pay for it dearly. Here as POW see themselves efficiently out of this match, as they too will now face their way up. Revolution Student against the summit of Red Island versus Take Cover, but it seems to be Take Cover who are losing this fight. As you can see him pulse on the front side, looking for that extra kill, looking for the first. But will that Scorpion being up 35 clips in his round once again? But will it be able to take more? He has to wait. He's used all the bullets. He goes for the reload. Has the reset, goes for the revive.
That is going to be so important. We complimented this player. 13 kills right now, down to 3 teams. He's got no first aids. He got no spot in the circle. He will have a HP and numbers disadvantage, but he can maybe clash this with the Micro Uzi. That is completely possible. Red needs to take this. Red Island wants to finally show up.
Can Uno do it? The zone is against him. He has to move forward. You see the pre-fire out the window, but he dodges it. The window second is also going to be dodged, but he's met at the door. Impulse takes him down, and it will be Impulse and Manega for Red Island versus the Revolution Students as they make their summit up. You can see Nade looking to try find an angle, but Manega's found the initial knock. And will Revolution Students be gatekeeped out of his zone?
Oh, you can't miss those nades as Haku just flashed himself and get heavily punished for that. That is a 2-3 turn into 2v1, and Red Island can maybe reign this win over in the Sanhok on this northwest island. They will push in right now through the smoke. Nade can maybe nade 1-2 more, but that will not be the case, I don't think. And they will just take that win. The 2v3 is possible, and that is Red taking win after win, fight after fight, and Manega takes 9 kills and that chicken dinner.
It was beautiful, taking advantage of those mistakes that were unfortunately undoing of Revolution Students. You cannot make those sort of mistakes, Tarzan, at the end of the game, it cost them their 2 players. It put them at a disadvantage. And from there, Red Island, they were able to take that chicken dinner. A much needed point there from Red Island, I think, because they were starting to slip a little bit. This will put them back into relevance, put them back onto the top of the leaderboard alongside IDN.
I mean, it's just showing so many strengths. I've been tracking them again and again. Like I said, knowing how to avoid choke spots, finding a way in, controlling multiple sides, and so much strength. Another top contender, I should say, and that is Red Island showing up. Is going to be a very, very interesting group, and it's very interesting 2 days of gameplay, Highland Wolf.
It will be an interesting 2 days of gameplay. Still 2 matches to go, but we will also break down and how it ended up. It is going to be one short moment away, as we will be right back after the break.
Grenades are made for flying, just use them at the right moment. Did you know that the enemy can hear you pulling the grenade spin from 18 meters? To not get in trouble, cook your explosive way beforehand. And don't forget to throw. They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back after the hectic third game of Sanhok, and it was a brilliant one where actually started Red Island this time, took the chicken dinner over Revolution students in that frantic final fight. But if you too want to make sure that you can get on top over those frantic fights of your own in your own PUBG mobile game, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. As we move our way on to the highlights as well, you can see that starting off, OG, they took the smackdown on over the side of Perch.
A brilliant fight in boot camp there, but also just that craziness through that Northwest Island, right? And this is Takeover taking priority, take initiative, take a good compound, and make it pretty far in that game.
Rest of Cracks as well, finding some opportunities. So were K9, but until K9 got stopped there by the side of SFSX, and they too fell down alongside Macromedia Leipzig on the Edgeman mountainside. It proved a little bit too much for some of these squads. That moved its way up to the northern side, and this was the tricky part about this certain Tarzan. The fact that it consistently pushed these teams up against each other. In that water, that river in between the main and northwest island was the undoing of so many. As you can see, the Lutherans getting called out too.
And that is just a great play from Red Island, just literally fighting their way through the toughest landscapes of Sanhok. And that is just a so well-deserved win, but of course Revolution students still played very well in that mid-game.
In fact, that as well, Red Island were able to be patient, be able to go back for the two-man push against Uno. They didn't go too far, allowed them alongside a few mistakes there, because of course, keep in mind, Naku, who flash banged himself out of the equation, meant that it was a cleanup on aisle number 3, the final member of Revolution Student out of the game. But it did not stop them from the most points out of this match. And interestingly enough, actually, I do believe this will be the previous game's matches. So we will wait for the third game, but it still will be interesting to see how Red Island move up on that leaderboard. That looks more like Sanhok here on the third match. That'll be Red Island on top. Revolution Student and Take Cover Squad slightly further behind on second and third position. But all of these points, 320 markers, means that it's not much to get from the rest of these squads.
Crazy. If there's like 15 teams, like I think in this last game, so that's like 60 players, 38 kills in total by the top 3 teams. That's absolutely crazy. That's just mental. And you know what else is mental, Island Wolf? Is the fact that IDN only got 1 point in this game.
Right. The fact that they, alongside, I think, as well, Cracks, who up until this game looked a little bit like they were going to make their way up to the top, but unfortunately for them, they got gate kept out. And I think as well, unfortunate to see Deluterus back down at the bottom as well after what was a promising second game from them. And it is about the consistency here, about how do these squads pick themselves back up, because with 2 matches to go back over onto Miramar, will these squads be able to have the win that they had in that second match? These teams that was down at the bottom were the ones on top in that previous time round.
Ooh, just can't wait, especially when Miramar was so interesting just now. Like the teams really know how to control the end zone, although there went many covers, etc. And so it will be very, very interesting, especially for IDN, who won Sanhok and won Erangel. Now we will play these maps again, right? So I think, right, Highland, because their lead was so huge, I think they're still very high up top. So we need to find out through those leaderboards later on. But in this game, the MVP, I should say, will be none other than Menega from Red Island. 9 kills and so much coming from the end game as well.
You can see Menega for Red Island almost hitting the double digits. A low for their squad was the MVP standout of this game, which allowed them to make it to that chicken dinner. Do not forget, though, the other member of Red Island, it was the crucial doing towards that chicken dinner, was Impulse, over down in the tied third place position, with so many of those players picking up kills. But it was nevertheless Menega doing almost 1250 damage just themselves, with Impulse up in second position. So the bout of the work was shown here, done by Red Island, though the likes of Take Cover Squad were still up on the leaderboard, and still Revolution Student, these top 3 teams controlling the leaderboard nevertheless.
And this gives me a lot of hope for this squad as well. I was analyzing, right, you bring out my pair of glasses, to see what Red Island was doing. And Menega has so much control. His micro, his movements, everything was so calculated and aggressive as well, so confident coming through. These players together put down 2,000 damage for this squad in a zone that requires them to keep rotating, keep pushing in, keep fighting, and they take that win. And that is just a brilliant finish by them.
Taking almost 20 to 50 damage over the 2,200 mark is massive for Red Island. 14 kills alongside them brings them up so far on this leaderboard. And I think as well, we can't forget the fact that Revolution Student started off the third game in second position with the big win with 11 kills and their third place, I do believe it was, in Miramar last time around. So going now with another 23 points means that they, with the fact that IDN only got 1 point out of that game, are very, very close now to getting up to the top spot. With one more good game and one more bad game from IDN, they could be the ones to take over the crown.
What an exciting group. Like, I am a very picky coach, very picky analyst, and I like to look at all these small moves, the timing on movements and all that. Like, every time the camera goes over to any player almost in this Group B, right, Highland Wolf, there's something good. I can see so much potential, so I'm loving this group. Sorry, Group A, I've been harsh and all that, but just look at your look at your competition in here. They are strong, and this Group B will be so spicy, so good.
Yeah, I think as well the fact that actually what surprises you the most is based on the names, based on the players that we knew from Group A, we expected that to be the more competitive group. But what has surprised me the most is that actually it's Group B that are bringing the spice to the curry. They are the ones that are making it feel like a bomb bay bad boy is what it is right now. In this now fourth match we've seen, it's already been 3 matches of absolute epicness, and I cannot wait to see what these standings look like as well, because as we get to see how close that gap really has become, is Revolution Student up once again to second position, just 2 points behind the top, and Take Cover squad as well. They are also making their way up to the top, and it is much more closer than what we saw in the previous match.
Brilliant demonstration by a lot of these teams. I'm still more focused, right, on those top 5, but they've got, some point difference between there, but we saw the different strings coming through still. So, like, I know we've been talking about how this groups has been really competitive, but you know what? There's still a little bit of that point sponge situation, just not as much. The separation in between when it comes to gameplay is not as much, but that gives these teams a lot of hopes. Look at Red Island, the one big game, and they're in the top pack. So we're waiting for teams like Original Gangsters, Power Official, for example, to join that pack.
And I think they've had the promise of the initial team fights that they've been taking, but what is lacking from them, and I think also from SFXK, I think they are these 3 squads that are almost there, but they don't quite make it to the end of the zones. So what is bringing them down, and I think specifically here for the side of POW, as you can see, is the kill points in the way of getting more kills as the game goes on, because they're getting eliminated after those initial first team fight wins, because they aren't able to consistently go from team to team. And as well, that hinders them, on the other hand, of placement points. We see Original Gangsters, they aren't even up to 10 placement points so far, even though they've been able to get more kill points overall in these games.
And one of the things that we see as well that explain what you just said, Highland Wolf, from maybe like Power Official's game just now, was they were in Cal pretty early, and they have that chance to control the northern half quite a lot, but they've just been waiting, and they just get overtaken by these other squads and just lost their place in there. So that is a lesson learned from them, and they took out quite a few players, at least on that coastline, but that was also credit to Revolution Student, knowing how to avoid the pressure coming from Cal, and just got a great entry and another good game after game 2.
No, not only that, gatekeeping away, of course, SFXK9 Esports, who too didn't make it through to the shoreline fast enough. Revolution Student turned around and pinned them out of the match. As you can see, Darkness as well, slightly further up to the 5th position. Love to see it, because this was a squad that needed to get these points on board, and being able to do so by obviously getting these placement points over these previous games, by being able as well to finally get some kill points on the board, as well as it does look like it was an update through the previous games. We get to see now that they are also ones to challenge up to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, the Darkness, they will be playing, right? Once again, Miramar and Erangel, and they performed well on those two maps. So maybe Sanhok was their small weakness, but we need to see tomorrow and of course the rest of the tournament to see, because one thing for sure that slowed down, right, their gameplay or rotation just now was the fact that they dropped next to a spot in Paradise Resort, and they was just spending so much time thinking whether they should move out, and they did. Okay, but they didn't get into a position to have a good enough of a control, to come in strong through that mid game. So that is, something for them to think about. But at least we've got 2 more games on the maps that they've done well. Maybe they can still hold it down strong in that top bits of spot, on that standings.
And what did you say, Tarzan, to a team like the Purge, who are already down to 2 points only out of 3 games, in last position? How do they come back in these final 2 matches?
It's such a hard question to answer at the moment, because I can see a lot of issues coming from this squad. They go into a position where it's hard to escape out of at the moment, and they engage in boot camp fight fair, right? That was close enough. This is what I would say if I'm their coach, or let's say if I even own and run the team. I would say, play it slow, think 2 steps forward, and then just scout well. Okay, remember their strength, that 1 or 2 of their strength, and just play according to that. Okay, so it's patience, their strengths, and scouting. Like the patience will factor in any phases of the game, any situation, but the scout, okay, is to get the information, setting a good fight, setting the boundaries of a fight to show their gun skills. Otherwise, you just don't have the position advantage to execute it.
I think we're going into the final game of Miramar and going into the final game later on of Erangel. Still 2 games to go, keep in mind, for all of these teams to get points. Is that those on the bottom of the leaderboard, they need to just kind of delete from their minds their performance from the first 3 games, right? They need to say, well, yes, we had 3 games that were bad, but we still have 2 games to go. We still have 40% of all of the matches today to pick up points. So the fact that there is still so much potential going into both Miramar and Erangel, 2 games, it should be more comfortable to them than Sanhok. Sanhok is the wild one of them all as well. It is good stead for them now to be able to get their way back out of the elimination zone, which, keep in mind, the 4 teams after today and tomorrow, well, they're going to be saying adios pretty quickly out of competition, because they will be going no further.
It's really hard to say which 4 teams are definitely worse than the rest, so that they shouldn't have a chance. And you know what? The picture will get clearer and clearer as we watch these games, and we will be back to Miramar with a different playing path, going from Campo Militar through that Los Leones city, dissecting through the middle, and allow these teams to access, I should say, English, excuse me, this top right side of the map. Now, so many teams actually love it. You can see Direction dropping in Campo Militar, Revolution Student, a strong squad, heading towards up to Tor Ahumada. So this is going to be some very interesting fights as well on this northeast part of the map.
This is so scary as well. So many teams choose to drop in the very top right corner of Miramar, because this is the biggest map of them all. Now imagine a zone that goes down to the southwestern side. Imagine what this would do to these squads, making it way through the entirety of Miramar just to get into that first phase. And that is a risk. But if the zone does go further closer towards them, it is going to be a risk well worth taking because they can pick up points with kills, pick up loot as well in the early game, and they don't have to worry too much about moving into zone. Whereas on the other hand, teams on the south side, they're the ones who have to worry about that. But of all of these squads, the zone says, well, Hunter Wolf, we want to equalize it a little bit. We want to give both teams a chance, both in the north and the south. And it centralizes once again over Picado and San Martin.
Very nice circle, I need to say. Basically complementing the most of it. But I'm thinking about these teams on the top right? So if they want to thread a way in, they need to know all the hills around that part and maybe first go through to the western side, stay up north, okay, make that rotation and then maybe go further, but not easy, so many teams around there, but whoever can make past that or set a trap there can get some kills and enter to a pretty quiet part of the map. But you know what's not quiet is the main compound in Hacienda del Patron. Rock Esports want to have a fight. Both these teams need some points, so is Rock and the Lone Wolves.
I love that they sent Soul Reaper of those who initially the vehicle, sent them back through into the fight. So you got a full 4-man, the full pack of these wolves to deal with Vlad, the final member for Rogue inside Happy End. The other two somewhere else. We are yet to determine here where exactly they have dropped, but it does look like it could be half of their squad nevertheless being wiped out just from the moment we've begun. In the fact that you see on the standings, right, Rogue are down in 15th position. This is not the way that you want to start this fourth match.
But once again, right, Lone Wolves are at 8th with only 14 points. So it's like a 10-point difference. It's not the end of the world. And POW, once again, right? We kind of gave them a hard time earlier, and this is a good way to start the game because they know Takeover has some momentum. They are up there on that leaderboard. So if you take some of their players out, you gotta feel good.
Fact that we do have to keep in mind that, well, we've seen 1v4s. We've seen Vlad potentially here in solos versus a full squad still take out one or even maybe two members if they can mitigate the threat of Lone Wolves and split them up just a little bit, deny away the footsteps, and it could go very wrong for them. But it is about if he can find those initial kills. He finds the first knock, but will it convert into those kills that are so important? Almost finds a second. The jump shot finds now the second player. The third, unfortunately, not quite enough. The backstab from Ba is going to be enough to send them packing. That all just came off of not deleting Ba as he came through that window, but it was very close indeed. Those small margins could have actually sent it in the favor of Vlad.
Well, I'm still thinking, I think I want a replay of that to find out whether there's the best time for him to strike. My gut feeling initially, right, Jake, is that it might be a little bit early, but it's actually good because if that whole squad push up to his face, then it might be too late to take them out one by one. So that was a good effort. That double barrel as well, to the face. Beautiful one. And you know what else is beautiful? Hunter Wolf, Revolution student knowing how to do damage control. Oh, you got not far away from us? We'll just let you go. So that is them pulling away from the very congested northeast side, and we'll just try to find another spot.
Because the spot inside of the zone, well, the center that we look at is this all-important Picado Hill. So it'll be interesting to see if teams go towards there, because it's not if you go there, you're immediately out of the standings to pick up loot and pick up utilities. Because our group, there's still the buildings around the hill, and if you wanted to go to it, Hacienda Patron, although it's slightly taken already, you can still take up in as well the San Martin side, right, as well. So there's still plenty of space for these teams to work around moving towards the center, and I would like to see teams make their way towards the center, because unlike a compound, the high ground will provide them vision going into the later stage of the game, and if it does shift towards one hard side, then it'll be able to scout out teams on their rotations through to that hard side.
So that is the needed type of center play, only if the landscape suggests the really distinct advantage. So that is spot on there. by my fellow caster, and that's probably why we're stuck with each other. And we need to see how this plays out. Los Leones will continue to be quite interesting because we've seen teams dropping here and pull away without any casualties, right? So still many possibilities when it comes to this phase one. And I think, right, if this is a game that I play in, or you and I play in, right, Highland Wolf, I would just slow it down. I will loot quite a lot. And just slow the edge in a little bit for phases 1 and 2, and then take a strong spot upon maybe phase 3. Just because it could just go anywhere. I just need the resources to make sure that I can, go through all these phases of the game.
I mean, I can't go for the 20 kills like I tried to go for last time. I mean, we won't speak about how it ended. We won't speak about how I kind of entered a little bit. But it certainly... We go for the 20 kills, right? I thought the aggression was the name of the game.
I mean, yes. I think it's about... but there's also resources. It's hard to say, like I said, like those positions, if you take it, you need to know how to play it. And that's it done, right? It's not about how it seems to be, like from where you take, but it's how you expand it. Because in our career as well in casting, we've seen these teams holding up what we think a really OP spot and just get absolutely nothing out of it. Don't know how to hold it, don't get any kills out of it, get out-rotated in the next bit, just leaving us completely puzzled. So these teams need to show us better, right, than what we've seen in the past from maybe some lower tier play.
Right, don't count your chickens before they hatch, as I believe the saying. Yeah, I might have messed that up, but it sounds right, indeed. And that is exactly what we have to say about, well, right now, water treatment is a strong hill to look over. So actually, well, they're doing an interesting job here to actually gatekeep a team as well. They are the Lone Wolves split away, 2-2 split, which means they have the advantage on paper. It looks amazing for the Looterers. But then on the other hand, a team could come up behind the Looterers. You could see actually the rest of the Lone Wolves, they find maybe a pick, and then from there the rest of the squad move in, and suddenly it turns the tables completely. And that's why we can't initially say that any team right now has the direct advantage, because until we get to phase 2, until we decide where this zone is going to bloom and go, we don't know who is going to be possibly winning this game, and it will go over to the northwestern end, which complements, I think, a lot of these teams fairly well.
I think the congestion for sure hangs around that bowl, right, to the east of Picado, which is on the southeast edge right now, maybe where all these Los Leones teams will funnel into, and has a lot of good, mid-long range fight off angles and whatnot. But you made a very good point there where that explained the water treatment position as well. Yes, the Looterers has a good spot. They can third person peek and track the Lone Wolves position, but they need to know how to stay stealthy for now, find the best time to strike, as well as guarding their back. And now they have that information. I would expect them to maybe capitalize on it with that info that they've gotten.
As well, a team that unfortunately looks a little bit out of position here, Venom, is up against 3 of what looks like the side of Dire Darkness here. So could be unfortunate for them being caught out in a bit of a bad position. POW, unfortunately, just slowly losing players and losing them pretty darn quickly. It was, I believe, actually IDN that were the players that they were against. It can see their Darkness moving their way further into the center of the zone. Yes, it will be IDN. And IDN, a team that we have to keep in mind. So strong over on Miramar, so strong over on Erangel, and they had one bad game, yes, but they're still on the top of the leaderboard, nevertheless.
Yes, and one right thought is enough to set it all straight. They just need to tell themselves, right, we're back onto these 2 maps. We won these both. Can we just do the same now? And it requires everyone to just say, yes, we can, or something like that. The synergy, the spirit means so much, right? In the sport, it is a sport, right? It comes down to this training. We talk about the body, the psyche, and all those stuff. And this is Takeover's time as well. And I complimented them before, but consistency is key. And he better hold that down when they've got this relative high ground.
Well, we wanted someone to take that hill and take cover. They taken it. As original gangsters, they look a little bit split, going for that 3-1 formation, looking to try edge their way up to the top and summit on top of take cover and try to take advantage of those buildings. You can see that camera just beautifully panning down over them. That is exactly where original gangsters want to try find some space. But if they don't actually what looks like go for that aggression, if they don't actually instead go for take cover, well, instead they look for the opposite hill. And what they will do is hope that the zone goes in their favor and they can actually pin take cover themselves later on by just playing it slow. And playing it slow is something they're not. The Luderers seem to be doing, because we're straight into the action. Death God almost looking for 2. His switch will find down Nigel. In darkness, they are feeling dark and empty, as it is saying hello to their old friend. 3 down, sends now just 1 more to go. As Fancy, your time is now numbered, and Death God is looking to bring that spice to you. It is gonna be the German boy alongside Switch, taking you down.
Ooh, direction just out again, staying at that bottom, and this is what the Losers needs, right? Especially with this circle as well, making it so good for them to control the northern half only if they know how to move through to the next part, because we've got multiple teams coming in from the Hacienda side as well. Lone Wolf will get trailed by the side of Cracks, and there's so many teams needing to come up to this plateau. I love this circle, High Lone Wolf. I think there's a lot of potential to outplay and outsmart, and just need to see how these teams do it. And IDN will need to face so much pressure and resistance because they are still tanking the blue a little bit. Vervium leading the way. Let's see what this great player can do.
Look at Revolution students, so Tarzan. They're in the prime position, overlooking Hacienda on this strong outcrop, overlooking with the high ground. It is all in their hands right now. And the open ground behind them means it's very difficult for teams to aggress them. And you can see just that. The fact that Lone Wolves, they try to go over the top, but met with plenty of fire.
Well, it's not easy to push up here. I think if I were the Lone Wolves, I would just try to rotate around it if possible. Just do a wide rotation in the anti-clockwise manner. That would be the best, because there's so many pressure that could come from San Martin as teams try to crash in. And for this spot, right, that Revolution students holding down, if they know, any teams who know how to hold it will take the spot where Nade is holding. So strong with those tips and can really punish the side of Lone Wolves. They need to get out right now, and I think they're trying to move, and I think that is the correct call.
You can see just below them, though, inside Hacienda the Patron, Vogue, the final 2 members still alive in a strong position, nevertheless. You can also see more teams behind them, though, ready to make their assault. And this is the scary part about, do you decide to go into Hacienda de Patron and take cover and anticipate the zone going towards you? Because if it does, in the one hand, although you're inside the compound, and although you might say it's bad to be inside a compound with teams alive, so many teams at that, you do have the cover, the 4 walls away from the cluster of teams that we know are around this compound, around this hill, that will come to meet each other if that zone shifts that way.
I think that's one thing, right? The hard cover being used to cover players, but let's not forget that is Miramar. Look at this circle still being ever so big. They need to use those cover also for their vehicles, and IDN actually edged in right now, but need to first go through this side of that is darkness, and they will just be fighting 2 pretty decent squads back to a map where they took, first and third place earlier, but they need to know how to pull out if they need to, because that's just a really, really harsh circle, and the circle will go to none other than Revolution Student in the center.
The fact here as well that you have Macromedia Leipzig pinning down POW. This is exactly what a team on the edge of the elimination zone needs to be doing. To take POW down to the bottom. As you can see, Venom in the BB bars look to try find some support, but this team's already dead, and, well, there's no healing, so it's just going to be saying goodbye to the final moments in this world. Venom is going to be eliminated, and so will POW official be taking out the match. They will fall down, and Macromedia Leipzig, they secure themselves up one potential spot. As you can see, just 1 point behind them.
Much needed point as well, much needed fight, much needed momentum. But the small things is all that matters, right, Highland Wolf? Why would you give that 1 kill point away? That's just not needed. You've got one painkiller. There's no way that you can live that. Just stay right there and don't give that point. And that is the other small things, but under pressure is always hard. Well, right now we've got the original gangsters trying to dab onto their enemies if they can. As a brilliant knock, an ultra from Takeover will just get knocked from that nade.
Original gangsters, they're taking down the front line member. It's just 2 more on the back line to go. Take cover. They look like they got no more cover left. To me, Tarzan, because they're in the open fields between that and also Revolution Student and Lisa. As long as Lisa stays alive right now in his top spot on the edge of the compound, it's a brilliant spot to take advantage of all of these players moving in.
Or just need to know the weak sides, right? When you have a 360 view that is not completely a bow-shaped cover, you just can be shot from any side. So those are the important factors when it comes to using such a strong spot. Original Gangster needs to be aware of the other bits as they try to get their 3rd kill, but MML will be facing so much pressure, and the Original Gangsters will strike and take their 3rd.
They've met their match. Macromedia Leipzig go out of the game. And they will say choose to the rest of the members down in the rest of the hills, closer towards the center still. Revolution Student, hold on. And the fact that Revolution Student aren't being challenged for this compound because, of course, the rest of these teams are so close beside each other, they got their own fights to take priority of, means that the Revolution Student trio now, albeit, have actually a brilliant opportunity to take this game as long as that zone goes towards them. It is about the chance of does that zone stay with them? It will, which means they have the opportunity to take back what was a miss from them in the 3rd game, a chicken dinner.
I think it comes down to one thing, Highland Wolf, is when and how to tighten the formation. Like right now, any team can pull up on any side of any of the trio players from Revolution Student, and they need to know how to hold it down. They need to reassess their split and then be ready to hold down the other 29 players in the lobby. Yes, they have a good spot. They've got hard cover, but at what cost, right? How do you really keep that spot still? That is the main thing that we're going to be looking at, as well as that clock on the top right. 3, 2, 1, and here comes the Blue Zone.
The Blue Zone gonna crush these players apart. It's gonna be K9 potentially first to fall. As you can see, Nate looking over, looking for the picks, looking for the points. Is K9 in the open? There's nowhere to run, Tesla. You're out of this game. And there will be now also Lost Wolves sending the living up over with the Golden Marauder when flashy plays meets maybe flashy advantage for them, having that vision, needing now the space to move up. That might be exactly what to settle up to the next point moving later into this match. Red Island as well need to move up, but behind them, as long as Rogue are still alive, it's very tricky to do so.
Right, speaking of Tesla, right, and San Martin, look at these teams choking in there. Where are their cars? Right, when you want to play a city, crash on the side that still give you an option to keep your cars safe and the option to drive away. Like otherwise, you're just dying like Tesla and the rest of the K9 squad, and then also Red Island. needs to show more strength because they had such an important and good win, but they need to continue with that if they want to claim those top spots.
The fact as well that we can see their darkness overlooking the bottom of this ridgeline means that they do have the advantage. If they can just find that knock onto Lisa, well, that opens up so much space for them, as you say, right? Because still Revolution students, they're not forming together. And this is something which we would often talk about, right, with boot camp, where you have these players 1-1-1 split all over the different sides of boot camp. But again, it's the same problem. Revolution students, if they can get one knock against them, it opens up so much more for these teams. And I want to see someone crash onto the compound because it makes it so easy, because of their nature of being so split, to be able to take them out.
That is just going to be down to them to show us, because I think Revolution Student has shown a lot of strengths. Like, so we talked about the splits between the formation. They're now tightening it up. They need to dedicate their control and have very, very good comms, and just how brutal it is around this spot in this game. Down to 6 teams and 16 players now, and the circle still goes over to Revolution Student, the crash, and it's now coming in. The last player standing for Cracks is Frankie. Just patience so important. Still a lot of chance to grab some placement points.
The leader is here. This is a chance to wake up in the standings, to be able to make it to the top. They need these points. You can see them only with 23 in the middle of the pack. This could send them up to the top. And Cracks falling down makes the way for now Death God and the rest of them some space in this final compound. This is going to be 5 teams now remaining. Still though, TC, Take Cover, and Original Gangsters both alive. This fight hasn't ended. It hasn't even started yet. There's still 2 players alive.
I think they staying stealthy in that is quite important, right? Because they can just make use of the people in this hardcover around the center compound to do some work for them. And we can see Take Cover, will get crashed right now. This is about time, as they lose one and they will return a knock, but that doesn't matter after all. The trigger's been pulled, and that is Original Gangster actually having 3 knocked on their side.
They use the vehicle there as also blockade to not be shot on their descent down. Brilliant stuff coming through from Original Gangsters. Secures their spot inside the zone, secures their spot against the rest of these teams. Is also TL, the looter, is there busy working away slowly at Revolution Students, and well, as one falls, that might be the opening these teams need down on the south and the western end.
And I think it's going to be hell of a fight between Darkness and Original Gangsters as well, using that ridgeline to play and just rotate around and not giving away any footsteps as well. Just third-person peek, and we just need to wait for this circle to completely close to determine the fate of these teams in this game 4.
Revolution Student, their time to move into the zone is now. Can they wake up? Because they've been a little bit defeated here by the rest of these squads beside them. Still the Luderers, we wanted them to push up. They've done the work. They've put them down together, but outside the zone. And in fact, all the meanwhile, while these 3 squads down on one side, it opens the door for Original Gangsters to just slowly sneak their way up to the zone.
They have such a good spot as well. Small ridge lines, etc. Cars as cover. They can scout multiple sides, and look at that center zone being very, very open. So this is OG holding the spot, probably making it to top 2 if they play it right. But of course, the other team that has multiple options as well would be Darkness, but they will get a knock and they will just move in.
Tharog needs to be aware, though, as a second player in the distance is anti for the win. Can he take the big fat W against Darkness is the question. Moving over to Silk, Karak down on the side means it's going to be difficult indeed. It's also that fight on the end from Revolution Students seems to be cleaning up. Your time is limited. these duos, they have only a few moments left, because as long as Revolution students, they take down Ludicrous, it means they're going to engage into this fight and clean up the rest. As you can see, Death God healing his way up. And how quickly can Darkness eliminate Andy? And as long as you say Andy stays alive, well, maybe a second position.
Not worth risking that, right? I'm just going to go back to that point. Why would you give away 1 point when the elimination for last week, for example, was literally a tie? Right, these small things really, really matter. So Lutrus, nonetheless, a decent game. We're now down to 3v2v1 Revolution student trying to dominate today's games, and they will still out so strong as they charge their way in, but need to first go through Ninhod.
Well, the problem seems to be once again the end game. This is a kryptonite. Is they made another fatal error, straight down to the 2v2v1 situation. No longer the man advantage for them. Slay's getting a little bullet put inside of him on the edge, though. Farrell trying to find a 1v1 against Andy, but while Ninhud was busy with Revolution the Student, he was able to pick that one through, get back under cover. And as long though as Farrell is alive, can potentially give some information over to Ninhud about Andy's position. But if that kill goes through, as you can see him maybe hunting for it, but unable to, as Ninhud will take him down to the final 2 teams, as it will be Revolution Student versus Darkness. They held on the side of Ridge Line. Revolution held on in the compound. But who will be the stronger one? Will it be Lisa? Will it be Slays? Or will it be Darkness?
Could be anyone's game. Seems like the Sign of Darkness need to move out of this small bit, but they can still use that small low ground to rotate around, then peek again. All these airdrops weapon is M249 versus the Mark 14 is going to be crazy, and we've seen what Ninhud can do as well as the full squad of Revolution. This is going to be a blast in the end game.
If Farrokh moves over to the side, he can look for that off angle onto Lisa. They can look to peek him out. Slays inside the building can't immediately go to support, but the fact that also that smoke issues actually blocks a little bit of vision, which means as a result, it's very tricky for Revolution students still to find the members.
So tricky right now. I think the utilities are so key here, but Revolution might have just used so much upon their holding and defensive compounds against the Luterus. So this is now the blue coming in. We are into phase 9, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a bloodbath in this middle zone. This utilities will just go very soon. Lisa will first trip.
And Lisa down means only one more to go. Surely Darkness edge their way in, one on one side, one on the other, simultaneously choke Slays out of this game is a way you do it. Ninhud goes first, but they didn't go together. And so as a result, it's now the 1v1. Can Farrokh find it versus Slays? Maybe he might have. That was a close one. Barely Darkness steal that one away, but it was too close to call. Realistically, Darkness made it on the edge of their seats.
3 second place finishes for Revolution Student. I can't help but think it could be something that downs to the ability to absorb pressure. Like they could hold it down like mid game and the executions are there, but these end games, you can see that small choke, like the ADS is there, then just zoom out of the scope and just miss a few rounds. And that is just, you know what, I'll find some solutions. If you guys are watching Revolution Student, I'll give you one small tip, but it will require you to be in my DMs on Discord, right? And just hit me up, either on Instagram or whatnot, but there is a way to battle these, and all these matter. But finally, is the first chicken dinner for the team of Darkness. They got 2 third places, I believe, in games 1 and 2. Here to take the chicken.
Yeah, looks like they're on form going back on to the 5th match. But before, once again, we break down how that action took place, how Darkness took the chicken dinner, it is going to be another break. We've got to wait just a few more minutes, Tarzan. And for sure, that at least gives the side of the students some time to slide into those DMs, because we will be back with you shortly.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
It was a spicy one straight off the press of Miramar, where the side of Darkness, the first chicken dinner for them, took the victory in this PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. But can now the final match be opened up for the rest of these squads to take their own win? And if you too want to take your own win on the board, you want to make sure you have all of that PUBG action going on to your screens in highest quality. Well, you can enjoy super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G as we get straight on into the highlights.
That was a brilliant play. Good attempt around Hacienda Delpatron. And but you know what? That is already going on to the highlights, so save that clip. But Pow, once again, not going to show up enough in this game.
Indeed, the fact that as well Pow being obliterated out of the game early in players is also Red Island, I think, were a team that struggled moving later in the game, right? They didn't aggress into their own spots, so as a result, they actually kind of got caught out slowly but surely on this bottom of the hillside until, well, at the end, the Darkness squad brought darkness to them and sent them into the black screen of death.
That's a lot of good control, you know, like that is the way to slowly work up if you've played this part. But of course, we also have Take Cover falling a little bit too early, but a good game for the side of the Luterus.
The Luterus being able to survive all the way to 4th place, but as we mentioned, giving that kill away, but not before Revolution students gave away their advantage of 3 members, and he then fell down, not able to find a 1v2, and then it was just up to 2 members of Farok and Ninho to clean up house as they took down Slays and took, albeit a closer match than we expected, the chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know, that last bit, I just can't stop thinking about it. There's just some mistakes coming through, the choking in the end zone, but you know what? Much deserved victory by Darkness coming into the 4th game with a chicken dinner, 24 kills. But let's not forget about Revolution Student, literally 36 placement points, right, in the past 3 games, as they take 19 for this one, and they will continue to lead the leaderboard now. I think IDN, another 1-point game, is a big disappointment at this point.
What you want to see, Tarzan. That is not what you want to see. IDN, what are you doing? With 1.2 games in a row, this surely opens up the leaderboard, right? And I think IDN, they're saved, right, a lot by their massive chicken dinner wins in the first 2 games, where, albeit in a way, the zone went towards them. So in trickier zones now, in being consistent over 5 games, it's a long day of set of games here for these players to come back if they're losing. idea, and I do fear for them if they have the mentality to come back with 2 bad games into the final one.
I think it does show something, right? Although we gave them a lot of compliments in the earlier games, but they have some circles going in their favor, and for that past 2 games, not so much. So that might be their weak suit. So it's for them to really study a little bit and come up with some ideas in that rotation. But let's go over to this leaderboards, and the kill count is actually leading. Is 8 kills by Death God, 52 from the Looters. Really, the Death God right here putting in so much work. 8 points in the pocket just from this one game and his kills alone.
As you can see, Death God up in the top. The Looter is doing so much work to aggress their way into that compound. I think they had the right idea, being aggressive and making sure they were getting their spot to the top 4. And Death God, again, over 1,000 damage, did brilliant work for them. But the teamwork, I think, wasn't there, which is why I think you only see one of the Looterers so high up, and, well, none of the rest of the Looterers there at all on the damage leaderboards. Is Farok for Darkness, though, and Nino in 2nd to 4th position. That's the teamwork we wanted. Being able to split the damage onto them as well, and take that chicken dinner with the teamwork, just as a duo for so long.
And that is, just the way that Darkness could, play. Even in the first 2 games where we've complimented them, down to 2 players not afraid to take some kills and make some moves. They don't stay stealthy. It's very optimal the way that they use what they have. And once again, in this one, holding so much points and backing so many points as well. But Revolution Student, once again, that is still great consistency. 3 second places. I know it sounds like 3 times so close to getting that win, but if you just look at the points and stuff, you just can't disregard them. Like, yes, it's final bits of choking, but that's not enough to take them out, of today's lobby.
I think that going into now the final game, I would like to see a little bit more teamwork, though, from these teams, because it has been something overall as a full squad I am yet to see from, I think, the majority of these teams. And I think not only do we talk about the Looterers, but also going into the standings, we can actually see how that has played out because of a team like the Looterers not being so dominant as that team. They still remain on the bottom of that left side, which was a game that could have gone towards them instead. Of course, it is take cover squad pushed down alongside RDN because Revolution Student, their teamwork to the 2nd place so consistently, Darkness, their consistency up with that final game, the chicken dinner, means that these 2 teams sandwich between 1st and 4th place.
Very interesting top spots here, and it comes down to, of course, not just the last game and tomorrow's games, and how these middle tier teams show up, right? Because I wonder what's going through their heads, because they definitely know the momentum's not really on their side, but they still have a chance. So I would love to hear what they get to say and how they play this differently, because it's not been distinct so far. And you're spot on right there, Highland Wolf. The team fights have not been really that clean from any of these teams.
I think they're going in the aggression. We talked about it right at the start of the day, was what I wanted to see here, Tarzan, was the smart aggression. I'm still hungry for it. I'm still wanting to numb up all of that smart aggression strategy coming from these teams, but it will be up to them to see if they can, as you can see in the final match of Erangel, just do that. Just be able to push that little bit more, and with one more game, lay it all out on the table.
That one game, it's another chance, right? IDN, you won that one. You did it nicely. Can we do it again? But it's 3 games in between, right? Can they maintain? The last 2 games have not been good for them. Can they do it? And that might be down to, some solo carries as well. But after all, it's a team game because, there's so many complicated feelings when we're talking about like these games, and what a single player can do is not just about gameplay. It's being the spiritual leader sometimes. Say that one sentence that make everyone fire up and just right back at it,
Yeah, oftentimes for you and me, it's like, just take the gun, Jake. Just go for the kill. I know, right? Stop looting. You've got 20 million smokes already. I'm like, but Tarzan, I need more. I need more. You told me I need other smokes.
Sometimes it's just excuses, right? Especially retrospectively. Like, people need to... That is some blocks to players' growth. Stop finding excuses, man. Like... You were terrible in that.
Is this why I'm bad?
Like...
Is this why you're telling me I'm sucky at the game?
No, but yes and no, right? I think the bad play is not the worst thing, but people's resistance to take in feedback or reflect upon themselves is the bigger thing. That, if you're not good at, I would tell you you're terrible. Like that, I wouldn't even hold back, because that is the biggest block to anyone's improvement. Like if you have a coach or whatnot, if you've got teammates who help you grow together, like if you can't take feedback, it's always someone else's fault. I'm sorry, you just will not be the best. Accept that you will be a failure. Look, very harsh words, right? But I have no remorse telling people who have too big of an ego to improve themselves that they are the reason. Okay, they are sabotaging their own growth. That is life. Suck it up, learn it, humble down, and then move forward.
That is like the harsh words. And then what you do after that, Tarzan, after all of that smackdown, just be like, namaste. Thank you for your time. Like,
literally,
and it's exactly what you say
baby.
afterwards.
It's important,
but, right, the fact, yeah, it's true, right? The fact that, they do need to be better. They need to be able to play that teamwork, and it is something that is lacking, I think, from a lot of teams, and it is that little bit of a bridge that needs to go through to be able to take them to a top spot. I mean, take it for example, right? Revolution Student. Okay, the end game needs a little bit of work. That's certain based on the last two games that we've seen. But the teamwork to control what was actually, for many zones, the most important spot in Myanmar. Previously, they used their teamwork to control, overpower moving out of the Hatting compound. They got across the river, which isn't easy to do at such a late game stage. They followed our advice, right, of tanking the zone early on and then moving later in when all the players are dead. So the idea is the synergy is there. It's just about how do these teams build upon that or be able to create those foundations, like what some of these top teams are doing.
Definitely. So many ways to play the game. Like, sometimes I think it's not really a mistake, but it's a very common thing to do, that people are making things harder for themselves when it comes to improvement. They trying to lose their natural way of playing. When you look at different players, it's not like you just can't change exactly how they play. They have a way that they play because they are born that way as a person as well. So it's about, forming a team's interesting, right? You need to figure out how everyone actually is as a person, and so we put it together and see it, how it looks like in a game environment, right? So we are going to have this Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Green Hills of Erangel, almost dissecting the western and eastern bridge of that southern island. This is one of the most southern play paths that I've seen in a while, Highland Wolf.
It is going to be, again, another tricky playing path for these teams because, well, Georgia Pole is not so open. Yes, Naya Pollyanna is not that open. And even I saw a team previously go over to Kameshki. So, well, that is definitely not open here, Tarzan, in this final game, which means that the focus, not only on the western coastline, not only on places like Farm and Milta Power, which we didn't see teams take previously, but also Sanhok military base. We only literally saw one squad go there. And I think that this is a spot that, once again, teams are not taking advantage of.
Especially if they have been watching Game On, right? Is that studying at the same time? Military base is not taken. Go for it. But I think they also think maybe some other teams are, there's a lot of reverse psychology. Like you think some teams may take it because it was empty is along the playing path, and then you want to avoid teams going there as the secondary drop spot. So, it's hard to say what's the best thing to do. But Primosk is definitely reachable, and this will be none other than PAL official trying their luck once again. I shouldn't say luck. They should play this in a methodological way, right? Especially when the other team is the South Macromedia Leipzig is a team that they can maybe win, against. But Milta as well having some congestion in here.
The Luderers versus also DIR still need some time for the actual side of Nigel, Nexus, and Tasphere. This teamwork that I want to see come through from these three players. I need to see it because I've not seen it so far on the first 4 games, and this is what has stopped them. Hands down, this is what has stopped them get into the final zones, and being split like this around the actual Milta side once again means that it could just be curtains in the final game, and we've only just begun. If Luderers play this right, this should be a win for them.
Yeah, it comes down to that skill that I always like to talk about, Highland Wolf, is using of the I button, the identification, the location of the enemy. Sometimes in a hot drop, it requires at least one very good, scouting players to float on top of the city, to establish all the positions of the players, and then they try to make a move according to the numbers advantage. But seems like Luterus hasn't done that properly. Otherwise, they would just go for it.
As well, unfortunately for them, missing be calling those curtains has been shutting down right now their games, taking their phones off, taking their screens on silent mode, because it's gonna be the Luderers taking 1, taking 2, taking maybe 3. Nigel goes down, although it's a little bit close. Mighty will be the one who mightily take down just to the solo here already. And you do fear for them, because if you look at their position, they're in 13th position. They got 10 points only over 4 games, in an average of 2.5 points a game. I'll be honest, I'm going to be the harsh one now, Tarzan. That is just not good enough.
That is just exactly even if they just made it through to the next one, then you need to fight off another 8. You need to be at the top 8 in the next round. So if you just made it through here, then it's not going to be enough, right? And that is also down to what we talk about, the mental fortitude, right? Seems like they were choking a little bit, we don't have the best day so far, and they just keep going downhill and downhill, and that is. Those things matter so much, man. Gun skills don't even matter anymore. If you have your emotions overriding you, it doesn't matter how good you are when you're at your best, because you're so often at your bottom. Your overall gameplay is just crap.
Right, the fact that you have to be so resilient in the way is a word to put it here, Tarzan, because if you don't have that resilience, how can you cope in the higher level competitions? Because this competition is just the easy mode stage of it. It only gets harder if you don't make it to the finals straight away. You have to go for the placements. You see, you have to get top 8, and then from there you go into the finals. If you do make it past, and you're up against the best of the best, and if you can't prove yourself now, you can't prove that resilience, how can you hope to do better in the later stages?
That is spot on. That's basically one word to explain. You need resilience, and it takes many things, right? It's not your experience in the game. I've realized, as I do some more coaching, etc., is the player's life outside of the game as well. We see people who do nothing other than the game, trying to be a pro player and have nothing else to hold on to, and suddenly they just everything happens in the game affects their self-worth so much that they can't be able to stay stable, right? And stay strong. Like, and these are so important, guys. Remember, it's just a game in a way, right? Like, there's so much more to life. You need to find that balance, even for any athletes. Let's talk about being an esport athlete, right? Like, even if you're an athlete, come on, you still need to like eat. You still got family, you still got other lives. Although you may practice 6 to 8 hours a day, like those things factor into your well-being and factor into how well you can control your emotions, etc., self-worth. All those things affect how confident you play, and then in turn affect the results that you care so much about.
Right, it's a plethora of factors indeed. But to bring this back to the game, a plethora of factors being that this zone has gone away from a lot of these teams, and well, there seems to be a wall building up of players around the side of Roshawk, moving down towards the Gatka fields, and this could be an all-out bloodbath from the moment this phase goes down to number 3, because if this zone continues its path over to the coastal line, these teams are in for a hard final match.
And we could see some good rotations coming in once again. None other than Revolution Student. They went far. They went far to the top right of the map to grab something and continue to go wide. Right now, rotating through in an anti-clockwise manner through the north part of the map can come into a very empty North Georgia pool and South Georgia pool to loot up even more if they want. If they don't, Everest is empty. I know you do love that spot, Highland, for a very good reason. But you know what? I also love these spots around the Headshot Hills. But Cracks is just trying their luck, trying to chase it down. I think they could have gone quite aggressive there because they did have those 2 kills early.
Right, do you wonder then if they're aggressive, do you actually throw off Red Island when they're trying to settle in this compound, right? Because this is also something that might actually be of advantage to you. If you can just create that immediate pressure down to someone while they're retreating, you don't give them space to breathe. You don't give them space to adjust with their team to settle in the best opportunity possible for that squad. So that could have been something, as you say, that could have been advantage to them if they left school temporarily to finish off a squad, albeit as well as we do see the Darkness team move out with Tafsir moving their way down towards the edge of this zone as it does close in once again away from them, meaning that they, unfortunately for them, seem to be in a little bit of a tricky spot because still surrounded by IDM members. Maybe they get away with this. Looks like they might just be able to get away with this one, and that was a close call indeed. But more importantly, the solo stays alive, and stays alive ahead of the rest of the teams to hide up somewhere in this zone.
I think just go far west, right? And those compounds are unlikely to be touched, like unless the team really get really proactive, dropping around Primos and go along that western main road. But otherwise, there's so many ways to stay alive. Like from the solo or duo players, there's also water in play as well. So, multiple ways to play this, but all comes down to maybe scouting as well. Like, we don't have this type of finishes very close to western coastal line. So these teams need to use that pictorial memory from the months and years of playing this game to get themselves an advantage. And we can see ID and Takeover, 2 of the very good squads, if we look at the standings right now, all have a good amount of casters just to rotate past each other at this time.
I like what Take Cover are doing right now, because Take Cover are looking for the high ground, just similar to what we say often on actually Miramar, is you look for the high ground, you look over the open space beside you, and you say, well, can we now hold up here for a little while? Yes, we can, because the zone is inside of our hands, and also then we can actually look for teams on the late rotation through Gatka Fields, which is a very open spot, and we can maybe pick up some kills, destroy some teams on their rotations in themselves who are late. And just doing so, RK9 taking out one of the Revolution student team on that late rotation. And although Lisa does seem to be firing back, we seem to have stopped in the compound, and this could be the 3-on-3 fight.
And I think this is what I meant, right? Both teams know that there are ways and is a possible option to come through in the white rotation through Georgia Pool. But when they share that same idea, it's for them to also keep their guards up at all time and not rely on what they feel like is an empty space, right? So that is Nate losing the life first, and then now as Avix K9 is the team that is around that mid-table and can, use this really big game right here. But now this area's been, fighting for too long now. From Primos to its outskirt, now Lone Wolf will will lose 2 players on the other side, and OG are angry. And they want to take a top 3, but fell at 4th, and he's just now coming to finish this fight.
That is wolf meat on the menu, boys. Say original gangsters, say take a double. They're looking for 2 more. On the other side of the hill, it'll be time in the future to tell if they can pick up the rest of the squad. There's also a Revolution student, unable, a little bit slow on the uptake, Lisa. Can't find the stop of the rotations, K9. They make the wide rotation through. Captain across the bridge. They will be able to then send more through. But can any of them be stopped? Can K9 lose a member in the rotation? You assume so, considering that Revolution Esports, well, they've had all the time now, 3rd rotation in, to stop this cars, but as a result, because they can't, well, a little bit of a tricky one for Revolution Student, because easily K9 can now just gatekeep this bridge and just force Revolution Student into an uncomfortable position.
Very interesting, and it's a good rotation around that. Like with the 4 vehicles as well, we could see how important that is. It's just split risk. If any of them get sprayed down by Revolution Student, then that's just 1 player gone, right? That's the price for you to take to escape out of that position. What my question is right now is that once they've passed that bridge, they know they can reverse gatekeep, but they haven't done it. They'd rather play a center position, and this is a very interesting circle. It's a space that a lot of these players need to resort into scouting, making shot stops along that shoreline on that western coast, and with 40% circle as well. So suddenly the ground to play has count down by 60 or 70%.
But look at that crucial spot just outside of Everest, over Hospital, the hills, that ridge line is so important for teams to take because this provides a vision over literally the rest of the landmass inside of this zone. And either you take landmass, or actually what a team could do is if it does come to desperate times, maybe like Rock here, just go into the water. Try be that fishy inside the land with a buggy or with a car and just try to wait it out. Because Cesar, for the water will still be in play, still future zones to go.
And I actually can't believe they went for that revive. Rock Esports should just give that play away. Almost lost another one. But K9 just keeps running in and will try to take whatever fight they have an upper hand of, and they'll rush in. But this is Tesla needing to look out for the split. The off angle is there from Diller, and that could be really, really the saving grace for this push against K9.
Diller has to stop this engage, has to use his position well, because if he doesn't, it just means that the 2 are left on the open. The grenade goes over. Vlad on literally the slivers of health. He is on the edge of life as K9 assault on 2. Oh, getting it down to just the final moments. 1 goes down. D-Man is able, to find possibly the 2nd. Oh, no, he doesn't. Crucially here, Rock almost find the full squad. But no, it's going to be Captain to deny it away. Delia, what are you doing, man? You are on the edge. You had 0 impact in that fight. Yes, you took Villain out of the fight, and maybe actually could have come back to you in that 2v3 situation, but the teamwork, once again, not there.
I think he tried his best. It was close enough, but you just need to land all those shots, man. Like, we're just seeing that K9 player looping on the outside, taking so long for Diller to respond. And the K9 also have some missteps, to be fair. Captain came in time to salvage the situation. Otherwise, it was a little bit of a scrappy 2v2 fight.
Yeah, it was indeed. As you can see down at the bottom there as well, does look like the Looter is up against Macro Media Leipzig. Unfortunately for Leipzig, well, they're just down to the solo win. The share does look like the Looter is going to clean that one up, take the final loot box and head their way closer into the zone. As well as you can see a third party there. Does look actually like the POW squad, the Power Duo, excuse me, also moving in to clean that one up. And then it looks like for the Ludicrous, they might all down too, as Talia might fall down also. Unfortunately, the solo player up against the 1v4 of K9. Can he find one? Can he find two? Maybe looks for the second. No, the tree not quite quick enough. Will go down, and K9 takes the victory.
That was a good effort. Pretty good play with the strafing on that small slope as well. You know, K9 just so many knocks on them so far. So a lot of meds used, but if they keep fighting in the coast courses, they can at least get some refreshed gear and some resources. And now they have a decent route, right, going down this south side and take over. Ooh! The brilliant shot with the AWN coming through from them. And that is going to be a good spot, right? To get enough info towards the middle circle before they have to move further in.
You can see as well, the fact that actually original gangsters, what they're doing is what we suggested, right? Going into the water, going along that beachfront, actually avoiding the fights, not choosing to be the ones to engage in the center. Because thankfully, for these teams, it has gone towards the center of landmass. This zone has taken a sigh of relief for all of these teams to be able to give them some opportunity in this game to just breathe, just to have an opportunity to settle, as it will be, I think, towards the center. Darkness have an interesting position because look at Anusa. If they sent two players up, what we could actually do here is control that middle point hill, or even three players, or exactly, and they would actually be able to have a lot of control over the rest of the teams around them and be safe doing so because the road is there also to protect them.
Very tricky Tower Circle, I have to say. Really hard to use any spots unless you know you have all the knowledge, but this is weird for me here. So Cracks took a 2-2 split, and knowing that this is one of the most important buildings that teams want to hold, and they will not tighten that formation, and they've only got 3 players anyway, so Pikachu would just go down, there's no way to hold it down, didn't land the shot, didn't do nothing, Frankie didn't throw any nades as they take a 4th kill somewhere, right? So Vikings doing work as a solo player elsewhere. This is not great play. This is not the team play that we're talking about that we want to see, Highland Wolf.
That is not the play you want, Frankie. You wanted to get up on that door, but bad time to fail on the engage. Up to the top, goes back to the 2nd floor, looks to try and make it again, but, well, there's no time to do it anymore. You had to take the fight, I'm afraid, and that mistake might have cost you. Maybe even use that gas can as bait, maybe blow a player in smithereens. That could be the strategy to do, but just too many bodies thrown into Frankie's face. Goodbye. See ya later, Cracks.
I mean, it's a good try, I think. Even if it's good that he failed to go up to the roof, right? Because he would just get shot from multiple sides. So I don't know what he was trying to do other than giving away too much footsteps, as well as, exposing himself to more players. But Cracks will be down to that 1 player, and this is a good compound still for take cover, and they will try to control all these late rotators. IDN is finally here. We've been waiting for them to shine as they take 1 spot on that coastline. K9 also can get a pretty free entry along that road, but it's not easy, right? Because Revolution is next to them as well.
Well, we've seen a snake in the water do dirty damage before. We've seen it in Group A. It'll be up to OG if they can do it in Group B. This time around, there's also K9 aggress next compound, but it's joined up by Revolution Squad. And, well, Red Island feel like we were the ones in control of this building. How dare you take control, or try to, as it will be Revolution students already down a player. K9 also suffered a knock. Keep in mind, Darkness also throwing themselves at the fight. This is a full 4-team fight happening for the only building inside of zone.
It's just crazy right now. It all comes down to these small plays. Utility got a double knock, I believe. And he's trying to finish this by his lonesome, but that was so close. But the trade is here from the other side. 3 teams on top of each other.
Manega jumps down out the window, looks to try and make something happen, but that's a bad decision. But at least on the edge, deletes away K9. Ooh, Red Island, you were able to keep yourself in this game.
Woo! We just got to breathe after that one, though.
Oh man, we breathe, but it's not over yet because look, Ghost Manega, we're up against Revolution students to take down another. They ain't done with this fight. Lisa's still alive, Ghost needs revived, and Darkness, they still need to come down off the hill.
And they will have the circle, so this will be about a third party. You know what, Darkness, we've seen them do these before. Just crash it, third party, and that will be such a good fight for them, I feel like. And of course, K9 from earlier Island Wolf, I can't shake it off. They don't need to go up. They've got a rich line to play. They can play patient, but they just lose their life anyway. And IDN might just be the victors and the one who get benefited out of all these crazy action.
Well, I'll tell you what happened was they just got actually outplayed is what happened here versus the side of Red. They got deleted as a full squad against a duo. And although you had, of course, Revolution students, it's still, you're bad at the end of the day in the fight. And unfortunately for Take Cover, well, there's nowhere to take cover to. This is the most open zone we've had all day. And they have nowhere to go inside of it. Lisa smoking her way down at the bottom, and meanwhile, Red Island, they look to stop Take Cover in, but so is the engage through from Darkness. The other team, they need to make it inside the zone. Only one car to protect them. They go in, brilliant snipe through the window. That stops the pressure coming out of Red Island. This might have bought some time for Darkness to survive in this match.
Oh, they tried the responses there. They haven't lost anyone, I don't think. And they also have one to overlook and play spoiler. They can maybe claim this one, but it's better the other side. Manega is a god in this game.
But he stops them immediately. Lisa on the doorstep looks to steal this fight away. Now Revolution student, they've woken up. They're looking for the second exam. They're looking to pass with flying covers. As it will be Lisa back down in the balcony, prone, protected, away from the action. IDN still on the beachfront. Meanwhile, keep in mind, there's still the third party. Original Gangsters 10, he's still up.
Oh, the power of the solo play, the vision into using the coastline, as well as the vision of the suppressed L Ultra will take the 9th kill, and they still have the full squad. No, it's been stolen away. Darkness will not take this without a fight. They will not let this go. Take Cover will need to fight back. And this, once again, are these top squads fighting. We've seen their names again and again. And Darkness finish one more squad.
Finally, Lisa says goodbye. Is Darkness clutch their way up inside the building, but they need to move again. Look at where the zone's gone. Over to Take Cover and over to IDN. As you can see, Darkness, they make their path through with the smokes, but they've not got too many. Only one more grenade, only a few smokes left, and they look to try take down one. Maybe just blow up the car. You could actually take down Microb right here and now, but Ninhud not gonna do so. Might actually keep TC alive. Is that full squad?
Oh, but that nades from the third party is their Discord is doing so much work from the side. Really, really cheeky. But this 30-odd meters, the longest and furthest it has ever been. He's got no smokes as well. Darkness need to make this work, but Twix has already got eyes on them.
OG on the edge, finally need to summit, but the space has been made, the smoke is there, fixed 10, how long will you survive? Will you be able to survive the engage through all of these smokes are given to you? There's Darkness, Take Cover, stay in the middle of this fight and still fix 10 somehow. using the smokes of Take Cover, stays alive. Maybe that grenade was a little bit too aggressive, but never mind. That's a crucial knock. That's almost a second onto Twix. And well, hello, says OG, and they look to try steal this one away. Darkness have now got some space to open up, but can they take advantage as they move closer in? Pressure using the car and try to force TC into a fight.
Oh, Lord. What did I say about patience? What did I say about timing? What did I say about solo? What did I say about darkness? This is them pushing in now. Take Cover need to hold this down. It's going to be crazy, but the knocks come through. That is resilient play coming from Take Cover.
Fix 10 still up somehow, some way in this game. Microb dipping back and forth inside the smokes as Ninhood, the only one alive. Dathrock looking for any vision that he can give to his teammate before he falls down out of the game. And Ninhood sneaking his way up, looking to try find these spots. They're jumping, they're trying to find a vision over the top. Ninhood, aware of this, waiting, not going to move any further, not going to make any more noise.
The info coming from Karak as well will be vital. Microb leading and just staying on that backdrop. Make sure they have a safety net. Karak is slowly bleeding out. Ninhood find the bush, and that's what matters. And it's going to be a 1v3v1. They gave them the time because Fix 10 didn't strike because they're playing at this pace with this patient wait so far in this game. So that's Take Cover actually surviving all that chaos.
Take Cover. They have the opportunity here to steal away the top spot. 3 members, only Revolution students, but they are out of the game. Darkness below them, but Darkness have only got 1 player. So will it be up to Take Cover to steal this one away? You see them snaking, you see them splitting, but that's Ultra down. We've woken back up, and it's the morning time for Ninhood. It is looking for his coffee, he's looking for his breakfast, but Take Cover, they serve it to him hot, as it will be Fix 10, the solo player, looking to try find, barely doesn't find him, has to reload, that's not good enough, but Fix 10 finds the knock anyways, down just to the solo, blows up the vehicle so it doesn't blow up him, and now it's a 3v1. But it's not gonna be enough. Unfortunately, Fix 10, you can't make miracles happen twice. And it will be Take Cover to take the final chicken dinner of tonight's games.
It's well deserved. Like, they've played it in a way that's very controlled. They control every bit of position, but they have this transition point in every game, Island Wolf, where they will say, this is a time to take center. Take a spot that they have this game-winning fight and crash as that transition. And I really like that style, especially in the end, what seems to be them crashing into a rock or something, they just use what's in front of them. And just very good play from the squad.
I think there's certainly their patience, their ability to get into that zone, because keep in mind, they were one of these teams alongside Darkness. These 2 teams outside of the zone were the ones to take 3rd and 1st position respectively. So they outplayed, essentially, is the only word to put out of the rest of the teams inside those buildings who had the initial cover in their favor. As you can see, starting off, it was the side of the Looterers and also Cracks looking strong, but as we know, they didn't translate that into the end of the game.
Of course, the Looterers has a good game earlier, but right now, this one is a good start, didn't carry it to the end, and Menega has put so much work in across these 5 games of today. Of course, basically winning that game in game 3, but right in here, this one, they tried their hardest, couldn't go all the way.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it did look like they met their match with Power Official, and Death God fell down, and they said goodbye to tonight's game. Said it will then be down to, as we see it, Andy not able to make it to the ocean, but they still had Fix 10 who survived. Beside all the chaos, there was this fight around the house. Ghost for Red Island, alongside the rest of his teammate Manessa, were able to snipe down K9. They sniped down with also Darkness, almost Revolution student of Lisa, but it was finally Darkness to take them out, alongside IDN falling down to the side of Teak cover.
Of course, we've got towards the end, so much chaos, but Fix 10 survived it till the end, almost took them out as well. No backpack, no nothing, no teammates most importantly, but they would just take that second place, take cover, hold still. They were under pressure, they stay composed, they would scope in. Microbe will take that finishing blow.
They were able to put themselves up on the top of the standings with that win. 26 points go over to them. Surely you imagined the top as well after tonight's 5 games. Darkness, though they weren't able to close it out to second, they slightly beat with the kills over Original Gangsters with 16 to 15 points. And Red Island, crucially here, picking up points in IDN, 2 picking up much needed points after 2 bad games.
And this is starting to get more and more interesting. I feel like the points been juggling around here and there, but we have, rather than like the top 4 or 5 teams, Island Wolf, I think we've got maybe 6 or 7 teams maybe. So that is like a bit of that pack right there, with the bottom team still struggling to bounce back, right? But in this game, right, none other than Twix holding it down for takeover as he takes 5 kills for his squad.
5 kills is exactly what he needed to do to put those points in, to get that chicken dinner. As well, you can see more members just slightly below in that 4th position of the kills. But more importantly, as we make our way through the damage, you can see Microbe, so crucial. Almost 1250 damage, 1 point of damage away. And we're still massively in the top. Over 400 damage ahead of Ninho for Darkness, who was the next one down.
And that is crazy damage. That's sometimes all the damage that a team would do. And that just shows how much work he's done. And the squad takes 2400 damage in this game. And that is so much damage output. Crazy from this squad. I mean, I kind of hyped them up a little bit as well. I will say, hey, I've kind of cast them in the club open scrims. Maybe they can do well, but they actually have a very clear, right, play style to make this work. And they can, if they just continue tomorrow, then we'll see them maybe in the final straight up.
It's about how they can actually be able to translate that through into staying in the top 4, though, because as we take a look at the standings, as we get to see actually how far ahead they are in the top spot, it is up to take cover, as we say, if they can keep that dream alive, because the table is so close. You see only a few points in it, and actually it's just 13 points. Them in 3rd place, and then only 15 points behind them in 4th place. That's still just 1 chicken dinner separating these top 4 teams, and below those teams still the likes of Original Gangsters, still Red Island, looking with those good final game to be able to reach their way up into those top 4 spots, because of course at the end of tomorrow only 4 of them could advance straight through to the finals.
Yeah, speaking of advancing to the next round, right, let's look at the bottom floor. Bottom 4, I should say, at the bottom floor as well. And that is, those few squads. So Purge even stopped playing, right? The last few games, I think is a bit of a heartbreaking thing to see. I don't know what's behind the reason. But you know what? This is good practice. Sometimes it's about, proving yourself when it's been the hardest, right? When the odds are against you. But these are the 5 games we had today, and we have finally taking that win. And the Revolution, pretty close enough, right? They're still very close up at that leaderboard. And we will be back once again tomorrow for matches 6 to 10 for the same group. And then we'll see which 4 go straight to the last week of finals, which 8 thereafter from 5th to 12th place goes to next week's preliminary round, and which 4 unluckily will have to go home.
Yeah, the fact that there's still 2 more Erangels, 2 more Miramars to go. And of course, the albeit crazy match in between Sanhok still to come in tomorrow's games. That's going to be the same place, the same time. Start tomorrow, where you can expect even more action, see who makes it to the finals, who makes it through to the preliminaries, and unfortunately, who just don't make the cut and gets eliminated out of Group B, all to come in tomorrow's games. I've been Highland Wolf, you've been Professor Tarzan. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to the production behind it. It has been an epic day, and we wish you an absolutely beautiful good night.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.